the Global South. And we have two speakers in our first session, Suleiman Bashir Diagne, who is a little bit delayed and on his way. So we're going to begin with our second speaker on the schedule, Montasir Saki. And it's my pleasure to introduce Montasir. He's an anthropologist, resident at the Institute for Advanced Studies here at UM6P. He's an associate researcher at KU Leuven in Belgium. He wrote his PhD thesis at the University of Vincennes, Paris 8, on the Syrian Revolution, the Islamic State in Iraq, and counterterrorism in France. He's conducted ethnographic fieldwork in Turkey on the Syrian border with rebels, in Iraq, in camps for displaced persons, and in Europe with migrants for jihad and their families. He published La Révolution et le Djihad, La Découverte, in 2023. Since 2020, his work has focused on border issues with fieldwork in Europe and the southern Mediterranean, specifically Tunisia and Morocco, on the impact of border closures on societies in the Global South. We're delighted to have Montasir here today to share his work with us and its connections to the Noosphere. So. And Suleiman is coming. Oh, he's good to 20 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much to having me here, and thank you for this presentation. Yes, I propose to come back to Teilhard de Chardin problematic and try to find how can here in the south of the Mediterranean Sea conceive these thoughts and from which point of view and from which decolonial thought can we introduce him. And I think that the problematic raised by Teilhard de Chardin in his 1955 work, Le Phénomène Humain, and which we are interested in here, and thus beyond the geosphere and the biosphere, is focusing on the noosphere and the Christic omega point that unites all the conceptualized spheres. And this problematic is the following. To what extent and in what form does the human sphere still obey or escape the forces of cosmic convergence that gave birth to it? And this question, as posed, is directly related to what we now call ecology. However, if we exclude the dimension of non-human nature, Teilhard de Chardin perspective as that of a Christian priest is fundamentally religious. He is concerned with unity of spirit, the unity in Christ. This is, of course, a problem that resonates in philosophy, for example, with Spinoza, for example, the concept of pantheism, or Ibn Arabi, Wahdat al-Wujud, unity of being, and more generally in Sufi thought. It finds modern scientific expression in Freud's concept of the oceanic feeling, le sentiment océanique, discussed in his 1929 text, Civilization and Discontents, Malaise dans la civilisation. A sense of belonging to the universal. While Freud dissociates this idea from explicit religiosity, religion for Freud comes from childhood helplessness and the desire of the father, as you know. But Teilhard de Chardin focus remains tied to the spiritual. Returning to Teilhard de Chardin and the noosphere that gathers us here today, we need to consider how this singular conceptualization, which has been revisited in certain spheres of thought and politics in the West, may be relevant to the Global South. And as you may imagine, I come from this tradition of critical science informed by socialists and the colonial experience, from Marx to Frantz Fanon. That's why speaking about the colonial. When I mentioned the Noosphere and by extension Teilhard de Chardin to my interlocutors, colleagues, that I will speak about Teilhard de Chardin, you can imagine the response, and the response is often predictable. Teilhard de Chardin's universalism is rejected as a vehicle for cosmic pan-Christianity, a reinvention of Christianity, but within its own scientific framework. And the questions raised typically run from critical of natural selection, form of Malthusianism, to the classical objections of the decolonial movement since Edward Said. What do we do with authors who fail to take into account the experiences of the global South, the lived realities of racialized and colonized people? But reading both the discourse surrounding the Noosphere and Teilhard de Chardin himself, I find both validity and limitations of these critiques. To begin with the limitations, and in social science, the Noosphere remains a concept under construction. Admittedly, it's rooted in European experience of humanization, or the word of hominisation, to take the word of Teilhard de Chardin. And when Teilhard de Chardin builds his theory on the human capacity to communicate and community which is morally evolved by creating solidarities, for example, associations and humanitarianism, even the Christian mission, even in the midst of the war, he overlooks the very mission of humanitarianism, even the Christian mission, when it comes to colonization and the relations between technologically advanced societies and colonized ones. Nevertheless, it's useful to reconsider this conceptualization through the lens of critical approaches on domination. And it's no coincidence that Léopold Sédar Senghor, for example, referred to Teilhard de Chardin's ideas to develop the concept of socialist negritude, highlighting the dissonance between Marxism and African realities. Senghor found in Teilhard de Chardin universalism and the Christian humanism a path of resistance and salvation for Black people facing with colonialization. Senghor writes, I quote him, "I admit it, Karl Marx didn't succeed in removing from us, the Black elites, our distrust of intellect. He too often presented it to us as merely discursive, static, and abstract. Teilhard de Chardin, on the other hand, embodies it in the total matter and in the very dimensions of space-time. He makes it not only analytical but intuitive, truly dialectical." Fin de citation. But from a Fanonian perspective, and beyond Pan-Africanism and Panegritude, which gather Fanon and Senghor, that units Fanon and Senghor, the later, Senghor, is also seen by Fanon as man of maneuver, in the pejorative sense of the term. The return to Teilhard de Chardin in the era of decolonization could then be perceived as a form of assimilation unless a serious critique of universalist theses is undertaken. In other words, there is a need to decolonize the Noosphere in order to address the pressing issues facing societies in the global South. So, how can Teilhard de Chardin's ideas be relevant to the challenge of the South? Apart from the fact that, which is a reality, that Teilhard de Chardin served in a regiment of Moroccan tirailleurs during the First War, and apart from his extended stays in China, in South Africa, in Ethiopia, and other countries of the South, his relevance, I think, lies to two main aspects. The first one it concerns the weight of tradition and religion taken into account by Teilhard de Chardin. De Chardin's spiritualization of human condition resonates in both the global south and north, where feeling, emotions, and religion as a sense of unity have played a crucial role in resisting domination, whether colonial or internal domination. The Noosphere invites us to consider these elements as integral to human condition. It challenges static and state-centric thinking that focuses only on classes, bureaucracy, law, and order. And secondly, the unequal economic and political development between North and South, and for the Noosphere to adequately address the domination that shaped the global South, it must take into account the unequal development of the two global spheres, the North one and the South. And this inequality is not linked to the evolutionism or racist movement of thinking of 19th and the 20th centuries, from social Darwinism to French Algiers School, for example, denounced by Frantz Fanon. Rather, it's linked to the monopolization of technology, a set of techniques and devices that extended slavery through colonialism and through which extend slavery through colonialism and colonialism through the border. That's why, for me, the question of border here is fundamentally important. And this brings me to my current research, which is situated within the broader problematic of war and border studies. Specifically, I am conducting these ethnographic studies of the suffering experienced by societies in the South as a result of the political phenomenon of borderization, as an offense, the borderization as an aggression against the South, and the set of effective discourses of the borderization. This includes migrants who die in the deserts, in the Mediterranean Sea, in the Atlantic, or in the Balkan routes, driven by desperate desire to reach the West, only to be stopped by lethal mechanisms and the criminal migration policies conceived in the North, and dividing this world to the North and South. Effective division, and not only metaphoric. My research also focuses on this externalized border system that shifts the burden of managing, by the violence, the borders of the Western sphere to the global South, and the pain of families unable to identify and to mourn their lost relatives left into limbo by the new colonial policies coming from the North. Before we can discuss the resistance, which is effective in my fieldwork, and solidarities and agency of those who defy the borders of death, or even address the responsibilities of southern governments in negotiating a new agreement for freedom of movement with the North, Teilhard de Chardin reminds us that the Noosphere he theorized is now divided in two, as with the division between colonized and colonizers blocks before 1960. We can say that since 1995, with the implementation of Schengen agreements, we have witnessed a new racialized division between Europe and Africa relationship, and perhaps analogous division elsewhere between Western and non-Western societies. And this division, rooted in increasingly explicit policies, splits the world through mechanisms used by northern states as instruments of hierarchization, benefiting some while diminishing others. And the division between populations that life is relevant and sacred, and population whose lives don't count in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Ukraine, in Syria, etc. At the heart of this machinery is the border. the border manifested in myriad of selective and sometimes exterminatory mechanisms. Visa, detention center, pushback, difficult or impossible access to residency cards and naturalizations, hotspots, border police, surveillance camera, barbed wire, prisons, walls, and the deadly violence inflicted on those who attempt to cross the dividing borderline. Therefore, and to conclude, the Noosphere that Teilhard de Chardin proposed, like a concept attentive to human unity, must also address the concrete mechanisms that fragment and that threat this human unity. These mechanisms embedded in policies that perpetuate and exacerbate inequality between two geographical and human spheres pose a serious challenge to Teilhard de Chardin's dream of unified humanity, as theorized by a priest who was undoubtedly both scientist and humanist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutassir. And now we will listen to Souleymane Bachir-Diagne. We can say that Souleymane Bachir-Diagne is both a universal mind from the global south and in the same time a universal citizen, we will say, like a concrete universal citizen, not abstract, because he's, in a way, he's American, he's from Senegal. Now we can say even that he's Moroccan because he's part of the Royal Academy of Morocco, and he's French also. So he's everything. He's the Noosphere, the embodiment of the Noosphere, in fact. So he's professor also. Professor is an academic professor of philosophy at Columbia University, where I met him a few years ago. It was really great to meet such a universal mind at the time. And his area of research and publication includes history of philosophy, history of logic and mathematics, Islamic philosophy, African philosophy, and literature. His latest publication includes African art as philosophy, in English, African art, and because he writes in French. So your latest book, I don't remember exactly the name, it's about universality. What?
Universalisé.
Exactly, universalisé. That is on its way, I guess, to be translated into English or published in English in
A few months.
Yeah, a few months. So, but the last work published in English is African Art as Philosophy, Senghor, Bergson, and the Idea of Negritude that we just talked about, The Other Press, 2023. And he has published multiple other books in English in Columbia University Press in 2018. A very famous book, Open to Reason, Muslim Philosophers in Conversations with Western Tradition. And he is also, but last but not least, a member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Institute for Advanced Studies. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Raphael. It's a pleasure to be here. I am very happy that I could take the opportunity of a conference on African humanities that brought me in here in Ben Guerir for the first time to be able to come and share with you this morning. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to just be speaking after Mr. Montassir Sahi, because as you will see, the remarks I have to share are very much resonating with what he just said and what I just heard from him. Just a few remarks to, in a way, complement what he has been saying earlier about Teilhard de Chardin, Léopold Sédar Senghor. Obviously, we share the same references and we are thinking in the same direction, and I'm very happy for that. It is considered that on one side, Vernadsky had the scientific notion of what a noosphere is, and that Pierre Teilhard de Chardin represented the more theological and ethical side of Noosphere. I would like to add the political question of mainly a divide between North and the global South, even if we are considering the globality and the cosmopolitan nature of the Noosphere. First of all, normally, the way in which Noosphere is presented by Teilhard de Chardin would mean that it is a kind of layer that covers the totality of our universe. It is supposed to be what he also called planetarization, planétisation in French. So everything he writes, especially in Le Phénomène Humain, that was quoted earlier, about what he calls the new era of noogenesis. This noogenesis is supposed, just like geosphere and biosphere, to cover the totality of the Earth. Here is a quote from Le Phénomène Humain along those lines. I've quoted in French and then I will try to improvise an English translation. C'est vraiment une nappe nouvelle, la nappe pensante qui, après avoir germé au tertiaire finissant, s'étale depuis lors par-dessus le monde des plantes et des animaux. Or et au-dessus de la biosphère, une noosphère. It's truly a new layer, the thinking layer, which after having germinated during the end of the tertiary and spread therefrom beyond the world of plants and animals, above and outside and above the biosphere, a noosphere. So described in those terms, the noosphere just seems to be a layer that, somehow mechanically comes above the geosphere first and the biosphere later. So we could have the sense that this is going to happen and cover the totality of the Earth at once. Therefore, it would mean that we do not need to talk about the global South or the northern part of the world. But indeed, we have to. And there is a point, and this is where politics comes in. There is a point in Teilhard de Chardin and his reflection on the emergence of this cosmology of emergence that is Eurocentric. We would not expect Eurocentrism in Teilhard de Chardin thinking, but I was particularly focused on a couple of things he says about the noosphere being really centered around Europe. And I have a quote here, a long one, but it is worth reading. And again, I'm sorry, I just took notes very quickly on the plane in French, but I will try to read it in French first and then give a summary, sort of summarize it in English. Plus loin, en parlant de la planétisation en cours de la noosphère, je m'attarderai à restituer aux autres fragments d'humanité, la part grande et essentielle qui leur est réservée dans la plénitude attendue de la Terre. En ce point de notre investigation, il faudrait fausser les faits par sentiment pour ne pas reconnaître que c'est durant les temps historiques, c'est par l'Occident qu'a passé l'axe principal de l'anthropogénèse. And he continues, en cette zone ardente de croissance et de refonte universelle, tout ce qui fait aujourd'hui l'homme a été trouvé, ou du moins a dû être retrouvé. Car même ce qui était depuis longtemps connu ailleurs n'a pris définitive valeur humaine qu'en s'incorporant au système des idées et des activités européennes. Ce n'est pas simple candeur de célébrer comme un grand événement la découverte par Colomb de l'Amérique. very interesting that he ends with the so-called discovery by Christopher Columbus of America. It means here in this emergence of the noosphere beyond the biosphere, we are seeing a centrality of Europe as this particular province of our world where actually this emergence, the cosmology of emergence, finds its center. So the idea that it is in Europe that this is happening is what introduces the political aspect of things. This divide, even in some kind of just cosmological force, this divide between a north and a global south. And he adds, I will end my quote with that one, et la preuve est qu'invinciblement, d'un bout à l'autre du monde, tous les peuples, pour rester humains, ou afin de le devenir davantage, sont amenés à se poser dans les termes mêmes où est parvenu à les formuler l'Occident, les espérances et les problèmes de la terre moderne. In other words, the so-called Occident, the West, is going to dictate the terms in which everything related to the concept of noosphere is going to be formulated. And this is a continuation of a universalism, a European universalism, resting upon the notion of the exceptional nature of Europe. And even so, to summarize the point I'm trying to make, even when the description is cosmological, we still find this notion of a centrality and exceptionalism of Europe when it comes to defining what the noosphere is and where the noosphere, the emergence of the noosphere, is taking our own humanity. This is obviously just repeating the old notion of the exceptionalism of Europe in the way in which, for example, a philosopher such as Edmund Husserl has defined it. And here I'm thinking of what Edmund Husserl was saying a few years before Teilhard de Chardin wrote L'émergence, le phénomène humain. What he was saying in 1935 in his famous Vienna conferences, when he said at one point, alluding to colonialism, that India, he took the example of India, but this is what he is saying actually is concerned the totality of the global south. He was saying that India should Europeanize, but if Europe understands fully who she is and what her own philosophical telos is, Europe has no reason to Indianize. This is an expression of what I'm meaning here, and if you see, you can see the analogy I'm drawing here between what Teilhard de Chardin is saying and what the way in which Edmund Husserl defined in that Vienna conference the exceptionalism and universalism of Europe. So we need to rethink the noosphere against that universalism resting upon European centrality and exceptionalism. And this is something that Léopold Sédar Senghor, who was mentioned earlier by Muntasir, has been doing when he translated Teilhard de Chardin's philosophy into his own thinking about what civilization of the universal should be. Not a universal civilization, which would mean, in a way, Europeanization of the earth, but a civilization of the universal, meaning truly the convergence of cultures, all of them equivalent, all of them offering actually the face, a particular face of the human adventure. And this is where the notion of an inequality, a radical inequality between the global south and the north comes in. Senghor famously wrote that what goes against the totalization of the earth, another Teilhard de Chardin expression, is what he called the line of injustice dividing the north from the south. So fully understanding noosphere as the new aspiration to our shared humanity is thinking of noosphere along those political lines as well. We have to think of noosphere not just as something emerging naturally out of evolution, out of the passage from biosphere to a new thinking layer, as he puts it, but something we have to work for. And working for it means also working against a line of injustice between the North and the South. And I think that this is a very important point in our discussion about noosphere, not just looking at the mechanical or technical side of it, how to put together global consciousness to work and fulfill our own aspiration to our shared humanity, but understand also that there is division that we have to overcome. And this division is political and cultural. As Senghor puts it, it is based on, he called it cultural contempt. So overcome that cultural contempt in order to build really the promises of the noosphere and the noogenesis for our own humanity. And so this is what the dimension, the political dimension, I wanted to introduce in our conversation about the emergence of the noosphere and the realization today of what it means to think together, to turn our aspiration to our shared humanity into the ethical and theological promise that was in Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's philosophy. And I thank you very much for listening to those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. I feel like this has been missing from our conversation, and it's what we hoped for in many ways in coming here and imposing the theme of our conference around the Global South. So I really thank you for those thoughtful, provocative, and critical perspectives. We're moving on in just a minute to our track on youth and the noosphere, but if there is, we have time for maybe one or two questions.
I don't understand French, and I didn't have the headphones, so I may have missed this. But I'm curious what made you conclude that the noosphere is a Eurocentric philosophy. Do you think that it's simply the fact that currently it's a vision of a natural transition from the biosphere to the noosphere that makes it Eurocentric, or is there another element that a deeper level that I didn't perceive?
Yes, thank you. Hello? Yeah, it's work. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I had those quotes only in French. As I said, I had to put them down. He is basically saying that the emergence of the so-called thinking layer took place around the Mediterranean Sea, Mare Nostrum, the Mediterranean Sea considered to be the center of civilizations in general. And the quotes that I read in French insist on the fact that this happened around Europe in the first place. And it is not just that it originated in Europe and then sort of spread to the rest of the world. There is a kind of even messianic mission of Europe to be always the center of the continuous emergence of the noosphere. And when he says that the other people have to Europeanize in a way, or say whatever they are the expression of in terms that have been established by Europe, this is a way of saying that noosphere is not just like, because biosphere had no precise center in a way. You could say that life appeared on Earth in general. You are not saying in the same way that noosphere is developing as a thinking layer in general. It has to be centered around Europe, or, and this is literally just reading what he had to say about the human phenomenon.
Just one thing.
I think we had a question back here.
Yeah, it's just an impression. I just want to thank you very much to both of you for your presentations. I was hoping that we could hear voices from Morocco in this side as well. I thank also the organization for allowing this. I am very moved. I think also that if, as you said, Suleiman, that if we want to work for the emergence of the noosphere, we need to know what we work against as well. And that includes a lot, understanding a lot of pain that we have also created with our history, and knowing how to be wise to hold it. And that is a difficult task, and I stay with that, and I thank you very, very much for your presentation once again. That's all.
Okay, in the interest of time, we will move on to our next session. And Francis, did you want to introduce our speakers?
So I want to introduce Johan Bollon, who is my first PhD student. So we worked together in starting from 1994 very closely. But then Johan made quite a career independently. He's originally a psychologist, but a psychologist who was always interested in computer science. So most of his work has been about using computers to analyze human data and trying to find the patterns in how humans behave. He's now a professor at let me make sure that I read it correctly. Oh. Professor of Informatics and Cognitive Science and Chair of the Informatics Department at Indiana University, Bloomington. But you will see he has done lots of different things, and I think today he will speak us about the health of the youth in terms of analyzing how they behave on the internet. Johan.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Francis, for a wonderful introduction. I think only half of my slides are showing, so I'll just muddle through. Is this how I advance the slides? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So I've got about 20 minutes. So I'll provide a few vignettes of the research that we're doing in Indiana University, looking at. You cannot hear? Oh wow! No, I mean honestly, up here it sounds. My voice is thunderous. It's like I'm like the Zeus of science. I've decided to essentially provide two vignettes of our research at Indiana University with respect to mental health, both individual and collective, in the context of some very rapid changes that have happened to our information ecology worldwide. I want to lead off with just sort of framing the problem here of the notion of internalizing disorders. I don't think everybody's fully aware of the amazing toll that is inflicted on our society by internalizing disorders such as depression and anxiety. I mean, the lifetime prevalence is actually quite high at 16.2%. That means that if you've got a room like this with 100 people, about 16 of them will, at some point in their lifespan, be clinically depressed. Depression is not feeling a little sad. It's a very dangerous disorder. It's the leading contributor to the burden of disability worldwide, according to the WHO. So it's a serious problem that's been affecting our populations worldwide. But in addition to that, recent research is showing that our young and adolescents are increasingly affected, surprisingly, by internalizing disorders. The prevalence has increased quite rapidly over the past decade. In particular among adolescents, and there's some indications that this rise in prevalence is actually gendered. If you look at some of the data, I hope it's showing up. But since about 2006, 2005, the prevalence, especially for young women, has increased quite rapidly. These are very concerning trends, and they're also surprising, given that our youth and our adolescents are much healthier. They live much cleaner lives, they party less, they use less drugs, they smoke less, the number of teenage pregnancy has increased, drug use has decreased, but the number of suicides, the prevalence of self-harm, depression and anxiety, all of that have increased quite rapidly over the past decade. The one thing that is, and of course correlation does not prove causation, but then again very little proves causation if you think about it, but the one defining feature of our adolescents and young are their almost constant use of social media. We're talking about 24/7. It's actually difficult to measure sort of a gradient in the amount of social media use in this cohort, simply because they're online almost constantly. They're very heavy social media users, and of course that raises the question, does that social media use, being online, to that degree have anything to do with this rather ironic and surprising rise in the prevalence of internalizing disorders? And so it leads to the question of social media and well-being, and the picture is actually quite bad. There's been quite a bit of research, including controlled double-blind experiments, showing that using social media is harmful to well-being, in particular for our young and adolescents. I want to point to Jonathan Haidt, who's actually has a great Substack on the matter, where he sort of collects all of the evidence available today showing that social media is effectively harmful. Now, of course, the reality is of course more complex than just saying that it is harmful. We're sure that a lot depends on age, patterns of use, etc. But overall, I think it's safe to say that there's a scientific consensus that social media is harmful to well-being. In our own work at Indiana, we've done surveys over the past 4 or 5 years of all incoming freshmen, and that has provided us with data on about 7,000 of our youngest students coming in who take a battery of mental health surveys, and also self-report their social media use. In addition to that, we ask for access to their social media records, which provides us with a longitudinal record of everything they've been doing online, and that helps us to study, perhaps in more detail, how their social media use might affect their mental health. But in fact, we recently got a sizable NIH grant to study this. It actually starts off with the title starts off with the hashtag everything sucks, because we're specifically looking at the role of cognitive distortion, sort of thinking patterns, and I'll discuss later, in mediating this potential relationship between social media content and internalizing disorders in youth. As you can see from the graphs, perhaps I shouldn't go into too much detail, but there seems to be quite a significant effect a monotonic relationship between the amount of social media use, self-reported in this case, and the PHQ-9, which is a very common diagnostic instrument for depression. In fact, if you look at the graph on the left, you can see that for someone who doesn't use social media at all or less than an hour a week, there's no clinical indications of depression. When we go up to like 4 and more hours a week, we can clearly see a statistically significant increase in depressive symptoms. Again, this is very worrying and something that we should all be concerned about. Now, the question here, however, is why would social media be harmful to mental health? I mean, the truth is that social media allows people, including our young, to connect across geographical, linguistic, and social boundaries, and we are a social animal. So you would expect that social media overall should make us happier, not sadder. But if you look at how these networks really work, this is a research that we did about a decade ago, where for 4,000, well, about, I would say about 5 million users, we collected about 129 million tweets. Sorry, 129 million tweets, better. And you can see the scale. I mean, this is social science, this is computational social sciences. These are not cohorts of 20 people or 10 people or 100 people. We're working at the scale of millions, of tens of millions of individuals. For each of those individuals, we looked at their tweets. We had a computer analyze those tweets looking for markers of valence, of mood, well-being. And what we found is something really surprising, namely that mood is actually strongly assortative on social media, meaning that happy people like to connect to happy people and not so happy people like to connect to not so happy people. They cluster. And this is, of course, the kind of homophily that you would expect for example, religion, age, etc. But here we see it for mood. And okay, so that's a little concerning because you can easily imagine people getting sucked into sort of a social circle of negativity, of bad mood. But it becomes even more, we have worse results, namely that happiness exhibits a paradox in these social media networks, namely that for the overwhelming majority of users on social media, it is true that their friends on average are happier than they are. And it sounds paradoxical, because it is. This is because of very skewed degree distributions in these networks. So it's a little bit like sitting around the table and there's, Bill Gates joins, he's got billions of dollars, and now the average wealth at the table is higher than your wealth. So popular people have more connections, so the odds of them being connected to you are very high, and they drive up the average popularity of your friend circle. But happiness is also correlated to popularity, and therefore we find a happiness paradox. So not only do people cluster by mood, so negative people cluster with negative people, positive people cluster with negative people, among people with a negative disposition online that are connected to other people with negative disposition online, it's still true that on average their friends are happier than they are. So you can see how these very common, almost inevitable network effects can potentially have a significant effect on the well-being of individuals that engage in these social media networks. But that's just your social life. Those are just your social connections. Of course, we also looked at the content. And there we have some really disconcerting, even more disconcerting results, if you want. I don't know whether anybody here has ever taken cognitive behavioral therapy. That's one of the sort of gold standard treatments for depression and anxiety. One of the tenets of cognitive behavioral therapy is that to a degree, our cognitive disposition, the way that we think about ourselves, others, and the world, can have an effect on our emotions and our behavior and cause a feedback loop, a negative feedback loop that may be involved in the development of internalizing disorders such as depression. Now, these cognitive distortions, when you see them, they're very recognizable. They occur in the speech, in the language of people that are afflicted with depression. They look kind of like this. I don't know whether this is readable, but generally we distinguish about 12 categories of cognitive distortions. For example, overgeneralizing, sort of nobody ever cares for me, nobody will ever love me. All of my friends hate me. I will never amount to anything. I am the biggest loser that ever existed. The last one was an example of labeling and mislabeling. And even though this sounds funny, because we obviously know that, yes, someone will eventually love you, and no, you know, the exam will not be a complete disaster that destroys your existence. But these are sort of the exaggerated, overly negative thinking patterns that are very common among people that suffer from depression. The question, of course, is this a symptom, or could these thinking patterns be involved in the development of depression? And it's probably both. Now, we use artificial intelligence and machine learning quite extensively. And these cognitive distortions can be detected in online language. For example, we can take a tweet and then ask the computer, is this tweet, is this content expressing a cognitive distortion? Okay, bear with me for a second. I can see your face is kind of going numb. This is pretty technical stuff, but I promise there's a payoff. Okay, so we can detect these cognitive distortions in online language. So when someone posts something online, our computers can read that, and then they can say, well, this is a cognitive distortion. Someone's saying something like, everyone believes I am a total failure. Our computers can detect this. Okay, good. So what we find is that indeed, when we look at thousands of depressed individuals on social media, that they do express a much higher number of cognitive distortions online, indicating that the language that we use online is related to our mental health. In fact, some cognitive distortions sometimes are much more prevalent, up to 2.5 times more prevalent online, like personalizing, emotional reasoning, overgeneralizing, mental filtering, disqualifying the positive, labeling and mislabeling. All of these categories are very much elevated in the speech, in the online speech of people that suffer from depression. Okay, so that's a sort of pretty empirical result that is informative, but I wanted to show you something that relates to the noosphere and why we should be very concerned both about our young, but also about how our online environment is affecting our mental health. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the social lexical effects of social media. Okay, so we've observed pretty significant societal changes over the past 10 years along with this rise in depression and anxiety. Our society has become much more polarized, politically speaking. This is especially true for the United States, but I think it's also true for many sort of democracies in the world. In fact, if you look at that animation on the bottom left, you can see that since about 2005, the two great political families of the United States have grown apart increasingly rapidly. Now, political polarization, if you think about it, contains elements of sort of absolutist, dichotomized, and rigid thinking. That looks a lot like cognitive distortions. And in fact, if you look at sort of the language being used by some individuals online, for example, here's a tweet that says, it's so interesting to see progressive Democrat congresswomen who originate from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe, the worst, most corrupt and inept, anywhere, always, never. That looks a lot like a cognitive distortion, but it's political speech. So I'm not saying that I'm diagnosing individuals from their online language, but there's an interesting parallel to be made here. And again, this is on both sides of the political spectrum here. You can see always, never, sort of very dichotomized, rigid, absolutist language. The same language that we find in depressed individuals. So what's going on here? Why is this happening? Okay, so is it connected? Is it possible that we're finding instances of similar changes in language and patterns of thinking at the individual level related to internalizing disorders? And at the societal level related to political polarization and other negative societal changes. Okay, so I'm almost done. I'm going to show you something that and when I saw these graphs, it scared the bejeebus out of me, honestly. Okay, so hold on. So what we did, Google has actually scanned about 6% of all books published in the history of humanity. That's a lot. That's a lot of books. Their collection starts in the 15th century and goes all the way up to the present. They've done this for American English, British English, Spanish, German, French, etc., for a whole bunch of languages. We looked in books published in American English, Spanish, and German, and then scanned all of those books, the content of all of those books, for markers of cognitive distortions. Now, people have been depressed. They were depressed in the 15th century. They were depressed in the 19th century. This is a very common human experience. There's no reason to believe that cognitive distortions in book language would change, right? So we looked at this, and this is what we found. And so there's three lines here, the three different colors. One of them, the blue one, corresponds to English since the year 1895. The orange one to Spanish, and the green one in particular I want you to look at corresponds to German books. And this is the prevalence of cognitive distortions expressed in these books over the years, and it's a time series. And as you can see for English, that's the blue line, you can see a decline since the year 1895, all the way down to about the 1990s. So cognitive distortions were becoming significantly less prevalent in books published in the English language until the 1990s. And since the 1990s, we've seen about a 2 standard deviation increase from that low point of the amount of cognitive distortions expressed in the English language as observed in these books. We see the same more or less for Spanish and Germany, namely since the 1990s and the 2000s, we see a very rapid increase of cognitive distortions in these books. But let's look at German for a second, which is mostly flat for about a century. Do you see that big spike in the 1930s, 1940s? This is the language of fascism. This is the language of National Socialism. You know, think about it in terms of cognitive distortion. They think that we will never, but we will always, you know, that kind of rigid, absolutist, polarized thinking that we find in people suffering from internalizing disorders has an interesting parallel to the language of fascism. In fact, Victor Klemperer in his book Lingua Tertii Imperii, Language of the Third Reich, actually provides a very sort of quite detailed observation of the changes in the German language under the dominance of the National Socialists and the Fascists. You could see how after the 1940s, the number of cognitive distortions collapsed back to their historical mean, continued on at a relatively sort of baseline level, but then in German as well in the late 1990s, early 2000s, we see a tremendous increase of a similar type of language. What this points to, as far as I'm concerned, is sort of a very dangerous development that has broad, pervasive effects in our language, but also in how we think. And the question is, why would that be the case? Of course, the 2000s and 2005 are associated with the introduction of smartphones, social media, etc. And we do see an acceleration at about that time in our graphs. In fact, you can say, well, is this really connected to polarization? Well, we actually looked at people tweeting about the 2016 election, and I looked at those tweets, and again, we find that the greater the degree of polarization, political polarization in those tweets, the greater the number of cognitive distortions in the language of individuals that have posted these tweets. And this is for 100,000 users, so these are really broad, very pervasive effects. So something wicked is going on. Something wicked is going on, probably driven by social media and our online environments that is having effects on the way that we think about others, ourselves, and the world, how we express those thoughts. And those changes seem to be strongly related to sort of the phenomena that we observe in the area of mental health declines. Now, I mean, these are just a couple of results that I've shown you, but this is, of course, a research program that quite a few people are involved with at Indiana University. We're effectively trying to model the degree to which these kind of thoughts, these kind of polarized, dichotomized, rigid thoughts can lead to feedback cycles in the mentality of individuals and their thinking that could drive them towards conspiracy theories, political polarization, and eventually also mental health declines. This is not fun research in a way. I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a downer. We've been talking about the noosphere, but I think we need to be aware of the fact that there's this wonderful utopian notion of the noosphere, of people becoming globally connected and merging into a global brain. But we have to be careful that our brains are fantastic. We are one of the smartest species on Earth. But inevitably, we're also affected by belief traps, polarization, internalizing disorders, etc. So we have to be careful that what is true at the individual level does not turn out to be true at the collective level as well. And I was asked to speak about youth. Our youth, in particular, at the forefront, at the vanguard of this development. We should tread very carefully in how we allow them to be exposed to these kind of environments, and we should be very vigilant of what that means for their prospects to thrive and to flourish within this emerging noosphere. Okay, I think I've gone well over time, Francis, but I hope this was of interest. I've got a list of publications here if you're interested, and feel free to email or contact me otherwise if you're interested and have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. I will introduce the next speaker. So I will just read because I don't know her personally. So Dr. Seren Dalkiran is a complexity scientist, researcher, and leadership educator bridging science and society to address global challenges. Her PhD research spans institutions like the University of Notre Dame, Australia, and Utrecht University, focusing on new leadership paradigms and the role of emerging leaders worldwide. She founded the Synergized Earth Network, a global network uniting leaders to tackle 21st century challenges, and the Millennial Leadership Lab, a platform focused on young talent and future of work. So she has won awards for her leadership and innovative work, and her mission is to equip future leaders with the tools to foster human and planetary flourishing through transformative approaches to education, leadership, and organizational design. Okay, I give the floor to Seren.
Thank you. Honored to be here on this land, in this region, exploring some of the biggest questions of our time together. How did we get to where we are? What is the current state of our world in the 21st century? And how can we co-create a future most beneficial for all? And most importantly, what's next? What's the next chapter of our evolution in our human development? If you would travel across the universe to an ancient formation of our Earth of 4.6 billion years, from bacteria, fungi, plants, animals, we humans only enter the story. If you would imagine this as a walk of 4.6 miles, as the legacy of the Ghanaian scientist Stephen Harding reflects in the Deep Time Walk, then we humans would only enter this story in the last 20 centimeters. On the length of your arm, this would be your fingertip. More strikingly, the Industrial Revolution, which marks the last 150 to 150 years, would be 1/5 of a millimeter on this walk. And this is the time in which we've caused the amount of geological impact and mass destruction through human activity in the Anthropocene. We live in such turbulent times, socially, economically, ecologically, technologically, and also on a level of loss and meaning in our human societies. This presents us both with unprecedented challenges on a global scale, as well as unprecedented opportunity if we can transform them into a future that we're capable of and move to the next chapter of our evolution. Peter Drucker reflects that every few hundred years in history, there occurs a sharp transformation. Within a few short decades, society, its worldview, its basic values, its social and political structures, its arts, its key institutions rearranges itself. And we are currently living through such a time. The cultural historian Thomas Berry reflects that throughout the course of human history, we always had a story to make sense of the spirit of our time, to understand our present and navigate a collective sense of direction. It can be arguable whether the old story is dying and the new story has not been born yet. And clearly we are in between the stories. From an anthropological perspective, this could be a rite of passage to move from puberty to adolescence, and that is a very challenging process. So what is the new story of our time? And what is the role of next generations in defining that story? And what is the story of the next generation? We live in times of transitions. Old paradigms do not respond to the emerging new reality. We need new ways of thinking, of learning, of leading, of designing organizations and communities, of collaborating and doing business, and ultimately new ways of being, seeing, and relating to each other, to our world and the earth. There's a very insightful description that says we need to shift from an ecosystem to an ecosystem, from competition to collaboration, from a chain of demand to a web of connections, from markets to networks, from the transactional to the transformational, from silos to synergy, from hierarchy to autonomy. And as Einstein has been quoted so often, we cannot solve our problems by the same level of thinking that created them. In understanding what these new ways could be, next generations can help us in defining that, not only from an inclusion perspective, but also from a perspective as collaborators and architects in the future prospects of our world. Meanwhile, we're living in the digital age, marked by exponential breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, with the rise of artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence, potentially scenarios for transhumanism, and in nano and biotechnology. And while we are advancing at such a tremendous rate and speed, it could be argued whether we are morally regressing. How can we ensure that the human aspect can be preserved in the digital age? How can we ensure that our digital technologies can aid emphasizing and enhancing evolving human intelligence alongside digital intelligence? How can we ensure that we also develop the social technology innovations alongside the digital innovations? and unlock our ingenuity and human potential through our human energy for human and planetary flourishing. Leading leadership theorists have already identified 15 years ago that we need a new leadership agenda to tackle these most pressing challenges of our time. Leadership development is one of the oldest fields of inquiry, starting from great thinkers like Plato and Aristoteles, and evolving all the way till the 21st century to various traits, styles, approaches, and characteristics. There are various experiments that look into what these new leadership paradigms can be, like authentic, servant, transformative leadership, ethics in leadership, and also experiments like TRU by Otto Scharmer, or Reinventing Organizations by Frederick Laloux, or the concept of holacracy and Peter Senge. Yet all these experiments and explorations in the current discourses are not responsive enough to what such a new leadership agenda requires, and there's not a converged enough debate happening yet. In my inquiry, I looked at whether new generations of leaders could be the carriers of the characteristics of new paradigms. And my inquiry has been informed by the following sources. I went to 32 countries across 6 continents and did global fieldwork through my liberal arts and sciences and sociological and anthropological background. I did participant observation and reflective journaling in the business community, in the scientific community, the indigenous, the visionary, the artistic community, and the grassroots communities. I met 6,500 youth leaders in more than 140 countries by attending the youth leadership networks in which we self-organize ourselves globally. In these networks, I built a database that gave rise to building Synergize Earth Network, which is a global network of networks that brings the next generation of leaders together with existing leaders to tackle the most pressing challenges of our time. To shed social, scientific, and evidence-based light, I created a PhD study in which I measured the worldviews, value orientations, leadership, and learning indicators of new generations of leaders, and gathered data in 117 countries, quantitative and qualitative data. My research insights revealed that as a globally oriented generation, as the first digital natives exposed to heightened mobility, advanced technologies, and hyperconnectivity, it is a purpose-driven generation that values and has a strong inclination for what I call values-based leadership. This means that they want to place their personal and talent development at the heart of their learning and align that with their professional development and skills, innovate and make impact, whether that is within their families, their direct environments, the workplace, or society at large. This requires conducive conditions and learning environments in which they can cultivate such learning and development, and often our schooling systems and the workplaces do not cater and facilitate these conditions. And while millennials and Gen Z are more than half of the current world population of around 8.2 billion strong, millennials are also expected to comprise 75% of the global workforce next year in 2025. And since 2016, it has also been one of the top major CEO concerns because talent walks away within corporations and workplaces when their learning and leadership needs are not met. And since we live in a time of accelerated change, also the mental health crisis is something that millennial leaders are highly affected by, so they do value resilience. While we look at these questions and how the next generation can be drivers of global change, how can they be equipped with the values, the ethos, the worldviews, and the skill sets of the future to succeed in their need to be purposeful and thrive? How can they do this across generations? What drives them as the next generation of change agents and innovators? And how do they perceive this new emerging story of our time and their role in it? If we look at paradigm shifts, this is already happening as it has been addressed the last few days in science, from a mechanistic Newtonian worldview, highly compartmentalized, focused on specialization. We are shifting to more complex adaptive systems and lines of thinking that acknowledge interconnectedness and interdependence. Complexity science has been dealing with these tensions between these shifts, which is equally valid for leadership innovation in navigating planetary emergence in times of planetary emergency. The rapid advances in science, technology, and also our economy brought us far. But clearly, to tackle these most pressing challenges of our time, we need cultural change, which includes behavioral change. And we need to build the infrastructures and the ecosystems that facilitate such change. I have been surprised that such a pressing and great need is such a rare thing in our times. The noosphere can help us in understanding how such change can be facilitated, because there is a need for collective vision, story, and a shared framework of understanding to find a common denominator that can bring generations, disciplines, and sectors together. If you look back at the predicament and the scenarios of the Club of Rome in 1972, then the forecasts have been alarmingly accurate, and mass destruction through geological impact is expected to grow. The scientific field of big history and deep time, like the noosphere, can help us to understand how we can navigate these big questions of our time and also equip next generations of leaders in navigating a future that we're capable of, to find out what our role and place can be in the times that we're living, and how we can transform these challenges into opportunities to move to the next phase of our evolution. Such a framework of understanding can help us to also understand how we can be protagonists and authors in our own story by taking ownership and partaking in the larger emerging story of our time. In my inquiry across the world at the nexus of theory and practice and science and society, it's still the deeper and profound understanding that perhaps the new story is not something that we can redefine from an anthropocentric perspective. Perhaps we need to create the conducive conditions in which the new story can emerge by reviving a sense of remembrance of what it means to be human and alive in our times. Perhaps then the new story can birth through us. And next generations cannot do this alone in taking up their role in this. And if generations before us don't fulfill their potential too, we need to work towards a world in which we can join our forces across generations, sectors, and disciplines to create these conducive conditions where next generations can work to discover their purpose and greatest potential, to innovate and make their impact, to work across generations and synergize and unite their forces, and take ownership over their own stories in partaking in the larger story. Because if these are the times and if we're the people, if it's not us, who then? If it's not now, when? Thank you.
Thanks, Saren. Thanks, Johan. We're going to break for coffee now. We have about, what time is it? I didn't bring my phone, 11:20? Okay, we've got 15 minutes. If you have questions for Johan or Saren, I invite you to chat with them over the break. We will convene at 11:30 sharp for a roundtable, continuing our focus on next generations and the noosphere. So, please. Thank you to both of you. Thanks, Saren.
Sure.
Can you say really cool guy for mine?
I'm not introduced. I don't get
I know, yeah, I don't know. I know.
That's like Sadie.
No, I'm kidding.
This is Kellen. He's a really cool guy.
That's it. Not even studying. No studying stuff.
He's a really cool guy. We actually just found him.
We found him. We found him just walking. He doesn't
Found him
actually.
outside.
He doesn't even attend.
On the
anymore.
ground perspective.
Looked really cool
Does
though.
anyone know him? His name?
We think he's a youth, but
How
could be
old
older. Could be younger.
So I did use Claude, my favorite AI tool, to brainstorm some other ideas for the name of the board. It gave me examples like
Oh, we're changing it.
next generation leadership something. You know.
Oh, that's good.
I'll send you some ideas. We can play around with it.
Next generation.
Rebranding.
Yeah. Just don't get out of control.
Like don't.
Don't go wild.
Future leaders of the world.
Just
Let's just say our name now.
but yeah.
It can
So
also
let's
like
figure out what.
it can be a youth advisory board, but then have a name.
You could just call it an advisory board of, you know, young
Super
adults.
cool guys.
Rather than naming it.
Sam. I like how
Hello, folks. Time to regather for our next session, please.
We wouldn't stop you if you did. I wouldn't jump in.
so they found coffee. Hallelujah.
Is that why you want to take the class? You haven't done anything on your dad? On your dad? On your dad. It's the only way I can like upload this song.
Okay, folks, please come in and take your seats. We're going to begin in 1 minute.
Well, that's why I value your work.
It's been good. I definitely feel better now, you know, like health-wise, and you know, just soaking everything up. Yeah.
Wait, what do you think?
There's still more days to go in America.
On what?
Side for, yeah. Yeah. Until the 21st. Thanks for a few days. Yeah.
Are you staying with somebody?
Yada. Yeah. Yeah. How are you?
I made her like swear on her dad's life, and then it was pretty wrong. And now I like.
So your dad is.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. This is our last session before lunch, and just kind of as a preview of the rest of the day, we'll continue with our focus on youth this morning. Our session coming up is a roundtable on youth optimism culture for the future. I'll introduce the moderator, Sadie Stock, in just a minute. Then we will have another roundtable before lunch on evolution and the future of the Noosphere. We'll break for lunch about 1, our final meal together. And then we'll come back, and we've got closing remarks from the conference co-chairs, but our hope is that we'll actually keep our remarks very brief, and that last hour, Raphael, we'll keep our remarks very brief. And that last hour, we really want to open up for more interaction, response from you, things that have stayed with you, questions you've been burning to ask, things you want us to reflect together on before we depart. So, and we may have a special visit, maybe. We'll see how that goes. So I hope you enjoyed the break and the idea of coffee. At least there was some miscommunication around that. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our next session, a roundtable. Sadie Stock is a undergraduate student majoring in computational neuroscience and business at the University of Southern California. She is the director of the College Launch program at the nonprofit Socratic Sciences. She's been collaborating with us at Human Energy in that capacity and building an internship program for us. And Sadie is the chair of Human Energy's new advisory board for young people, by and about the younger generations. We called it our Youth Advisory Board, where now actually the name is on the table, so stay tuned for what that will become. And Sadie's going to introduce the other members of that advisory body who are here for a conversation today.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for bringing together this advisory board and for bringing Ben's vision of youth involvement to another level. I'm so excited for the work this board will do. Before we start, I also really want to thank Shima for bringing together this wonderful conference. It's really been a privilege. This is our founding board. This is Francesca Brown, a junior at USC studying behavioral economics and finance. This is Beata Gold, a UC Berkeley cognitive science graduate as of May 2024. She is now growing a startup called Head On based in New York City, which is developing a social platform to scale contentious conversations. And this is Kellen Steplight, a junior at St. Mary's College studying psychology and philosophy. And finally, this is Sam Tsang, a UC Berkeley graduate as of May who is passionate about online community building and self-world relations through her work with the Bay Area Book Festival and Of Self and World, her handmade jewelry brand. This panel will be looking at how optimism is perceived by the youth today. There's a lot of doom and gloom in the world and pessimism about the future, but we know that there's another side of that, which is, what are the good things about the world today? I want to start this panel by asking our panelists briefly, what is something you're optimistic or excited about for the future?
Thank you, Sadie, and thank you to the whole Human Energy team for making this possible. Also, special thank you to Sheila for allowing me to join this group as the latest member of the advisory board. I think that something I'm excited about for the future is just the prospect of growth and development, especially on the theme of the global south. I think something I was noticing yesterday walking through this campus was just how grand it is and everything's new, and it's just really exciting to see the global south developing and all the hope and positive economic outcomes that are going to result of that. It's really exciting. And then also future technologies that we can't even imagine are going to be such an impactful part of our lives. Those are things that really excite me looking forward.
I'm excited for, this conference is about multidisciplinary and bringing together various disciplines in one place and to discuss the future and benefit of our humanity. And I know that as we're at the advent of AI, we'll be able to become the most cross-disciplinary we've ever been on even an individual basis. Something that this idea was sparked by something Natasha said on the first day, that in order to become an expert, you have to spend 10,000 hours devoted to it. But I think that no longer holds in the current, even in the current day, and it will become more and more. You'll be able to be an expert in something much faster, and you won't even need to become an expert anymore in order to innovate and ignite change. And now imagine that when you collaborate with many others who are able to do the same thing. I think a lot of our problems are going to be solved due to this cross-disciplinarity.
Cool. One thing I think I'm optimistic about for the future, I guess the younger generation, is even though we just finished the previous section in the panel regarding the sort of negative effects of social media and sort of what we need to do to make those things a more positive contribution to us as youth. I am very optimistic about the ceiling per se of social media and the sort of future it can give us as a sort of way to connect with a bunch of people around the globe. And I think this conference kind of signifies that sort of being what social media could lead to, which is the unification of the global south and north.
Going into the future, I would say something that I'm excited for is just with technology and just also how it seems like everyone's kind of basis of knowledge has increased. Being able to kind of have more of a personalization aspect to not only our education, but kind of our own personal interests going into the future. I think that sounds really interesting and exciting to me. Kind of incorporating the usage of AI and technology into just our everyday lives. For practical reasons, but also just to explore new worlds, whether that be real worlds through augmented reality or something like that, or just worlds that are kind of created and reimagined by humans.
Thank you for those wonderful comments. This is clearly a very optimistic group, but as we know, there's a lot of pessimism with younger generations today. And I want to open up this discussion to talk about, why do you think younger generations are becoming increasingly less optimistic about the future? What do you think are the primary reasons for this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's odd. It feels kind of much more natural to talk about what's pessimistic, and it's kind of harder to think in concrete terms about what you're excited for. And I think that's largely in part to when I think about our generation and like starting out being really young, really intense concepts like climate change and terrorism were discussed in our elementary school classes. And at least specific to the US, practicing active shooter drills, disrupting your learning the times tables, it's really intense for young minds. And I think that that's kind of shaped a lot of the pessimism and negativity, especially when I think about it in terms of something I'm really interested in, economics, is loss aversion, and I've done research on it, and a close partner, negativity bias, which is basically just that as humans, our minds psychologically, we weigh what we're missing and negative events way more heavily than equally positive events. And so that kind of magnifies the effect of the mass information that we receive, because we are focused way more heavily on the negative, and that kind of skews our perspectives in a poor way. And then obviously, that's just kind of younger life, elementary school, those intense concepts are introduced, and then social media, it's amplified. And I think that like coming from a place of negativity is really significant in our generation's perspective about the future, and leads to a lot of despair and hopelessness, because everyone is kind of just coming from a place of fear because of this imbalance in the way that we process information.
Yeah, I agree. I think the historical context of our upbringing definitely plays a role. I also think, building off what Johan said just in the presentation before us, that our generation is experiencing a sense of victimhood despite being born in a very prosperous time. I'm not certain why, but I do notice that in our generation, that we do feel like, why was this placed upon us? Maybe the fact that we've experienced all of these historical things may have some kind of role in it, but despite us being born in a very the most technologically advanced time, and having the least drug problems, the least all of these things, at least in America, it still seems that our generation is plagued with this sense of why me? Why do I have to deal with all these hardships? And I think part of it is because when we were young, we had bliss and innocence, and now we're adults and we have to deal with the gravity of the world. And so that's why we have this sense of why me. And the second element is this sense of guilt, because we do live in a time of prosperity. So this sense of victimhood with a crossover of guilt of having such, I hate to use the politicized word, privilege. We have such privilege, it leads to this negativity of what am I doing here, and why do I have such a good life when I have no idea what's going to be in the future, and the world has so many problems and I have no idea what my role will be in it moving forward.
I think part of the pessimism has to do, referencing Johan's talk once again, I think polarization and sort of being at odds with one another is very normalized in the younger generation. And I think, although I spoke of the ceiling of social media, obviously the detriments are very clear. And I think those sorts of perpetuating ideals and conflicts, social media kind of contributes to that. And I think that's sort of rooted in, referencing another talk, the roundtable discussion regarding the difference between anguish and anxiety. I think the younger generation has a sort of pervasive and permeating anxiety of emptiness, if you will. They feel the need to want to, again, they're very attached to comfortability instead of sort of the unknown of getting to know more people and getting outside of your comfort zone. So that sort of emptiness within them is being filled by these self-circulating negative ideals that social media sort of puts out, because it does provide a level of sort of comfortability to them, and it provides a level of relatability that they can be a part of a group. But I think what we need to work towards is, again, this sort of anguish, if you will, and being okay with not knowing how other people are necessarily going to react to you, not knowing what other people in that interaction is going to look like, but always being open to it.
I would definitely echo what my peers have already said. Definitely highlighting the sense of overwhelm and just like pointlessness kind of that a lot of youth face these days. Of course, a lot of the issues that we do face like on a global scale are things that, you know, humanity has been experiencing for a very long time. But with the world at our fingertips, it kind of allows all of these things to feel like it's happening like in our own minds, and it can get very overwhelming. And I feel like the youth of our day, we lack kind of like that ability to self-regulate and just kind of emotionally regulate. And it really, that's why like I'm so interested in just kind of like self-world relations, you know, understanding and experiencing yourself in relation to the world. Because I think also in our day, like youth also are kind of developing more of an intimate relationship to themselves through social media even, I would say. And so it's just really interesting kind of seeing like, I think youth are really kind of struggling to just situate themselves within the context of like our historical and social and cultural moment. It feels like, you know, that we're just running, you know, whether that be away from our problems or, you know, towards some kind of solution. But, you know, it's really overwhelming hearing about like things that are going on in the world and just, you know, like the classic climate change and everything like that, wars, everything like that. It's really overwhelming hearing about these things and just seeing kind of patterns repeat and continue and cycles just kind of continuing going on. And then hearing about these things in our classes, going on our phones, seeing it, just kind of seeing it everywhere. And it just feels like we're constantly on this treadmill of some kind.
These are some really wonderful insights. I think that there's a lot of truth to almost everything that was said now. I want to bring this conversation kind of around 360 and talk about maybe what we can do as a society to bring the youth to a more optimistic outlook for the future and kind of combat this pessimistic culture. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, well, the Noosphere, of course. I think that spreading ideas like global consciousness and interconnectivity is really important because, kind of like Beata was saying, we come from a point of like not knowing like what do I do? We're focusing on everything that's wrong but don't know how to fix it. We don't know like the sources of everything that's wrong. But I think that spreading an understanding of this global sphere that everyone's a part of, everyone can contribute to, can be really powerful in like motivating people our age to understand their role and kind of overcome this like place of despair and anxiety and anguish. And actually one thing in Clement's talk about having different levels of regulation for each sphere kind of got me thinking about a class that Sadie and I took our freshman year at USC. And it was about utopias, and we studied utopias of all these different philosophers. And I remember one point really stood out to me, which my ancient philosopher references are not as dialed in as everyone else in this room, but I remember the concept, and it was that if you stop looking at what's wrong with your society, then you don't know how to move forward, and you'll never achieve that utopia. So I think an essential shift in the perspective of our generation would be just because we see everything that's wrong, that doesn't mean there's no hope. It just means we need to recognize our role in a society that's moving forward to a point that may never fully come to fruition, but our role is to push it there. And acknowledging all these issues is like a really important component of that.
And I think we're running short on time here, so if anyone else has any closing remarks, maybe?
I guess one thing I'll say is I feel like one thing that's really important to the youth of today is kind of our awareness of the importance of community. And so I think we're seeing a huge resurgence of youth like reimagining community and kind of ways to connect with other people. And I feel like this is a positive trend, using technology even and social media as a way to bring people together and bring, different ideas to different populations that would have been harder to reach otherwise. And so I think reimagining community is something that is really important for our generation. And I think it's something that's going to be continued to be explored as well.
Yeah, to build off of what Sam's saying, I think this time period where we're struggling with a lot of things as a global society is a point of rockiness where we're continuing to evolve and strive for betterment towards an optimal society where we can solve big human problems. I wanted to say, building off of what Sam said, that given this rockiness, what I think we may, if we go the right way, the good outcome way, is forming communities like what the World of Warcraft talk was defining, where we're not turning to communities for what we were given and what we can take and deal with and tolerate in order to have our needs met, but rather this source of support that is true and genuine and full. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. I think that's the end of this panel, but thank you. These were some really great insights.
So I just want to thank our panel. I'm very inspired by these young adults. A little teary, actually. So happy they're here, that they jumped at the chance to come. I'm thrilled that Human Energy was able to bring them here. I'm thrilled that I get to work with each one of them. They give me great hope. And I know that they would give Ben great hope and pride. And just as a little teaser, look in the new year for a new initiative. We'll be launching the Ben Kassira Fund for Youth Initiatives to support the engagement and projects and contributions of young people like this to the advancement of the Noosphere. You'll be invited to contribute. So, thank you. Our next panel is a roundtable on the evolution and future of the Noosphere with Francis Heiligen, Greg Stock, and Michael Jacob. Terry Deacon, I don't think, is participating remotely in this one. Oh, Shima is joining instead. I forgot. Wonderful. Shima will be channeling herself, as she should. Shima, to whom we owe so much this week.
We're in short supply, so anyone else needs water. Okay, good morning, or nearly afternoon. Good afternoon, right on the dot, right around noon. Kind of far away from y'all. I'm gonna come over here. So the topic of this panel is to focus on evolution and the future of the Noosphere. And I thought we might use this time to begin to reflect. We're coming towards the end of this phenomenal conference, and I thought we might use this opportunity to reflect certainly on what we've heard so far, and I would like to know what has challenged you all? How might you move outside your comfort zone when you get back to your offices, back to your spaces? And in reflecting on that, what about the theme of the conference, Global South? How does that impact us? I know many of us here are scientists. We study evolution. We think about interdisciplinary sciences. So I would love to hear from that perspective. While you're letting that percolate, I'd like to open it up, let Shima, let you answer first, but I also want to invite you, Shima, just as has been said already, she's done such wonderful work helping organize the conference. I would really love for you to have the opportunity to share a little bit, not only, of course, how the conference has impacted you, but maybe you can even share us a little bit about what you do, your work, your research. I know your interests in mindfulness, but things moving beyond that as well. And I would love to hear how that has impacted you. So, Shima.
Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciated it. I think first I would like to share a little bit about how the organization of the conference impacted me, and then maybe share a little bit about my work. I think I started, basically I joined UM6B Institute for Advanced Studies on April 15. And the purpose of joining here was to write my second book, which was, the aim of that was bringing the wisdom of, Persian wisdom of Fariduddin Attar, Conference of the Birds, to the smart city design. I think I developed a little bit of my book, and after that, we planned, of course, with Raphael and my other colleagues too, and Francis, of course, to bring the conference to UM6B, co-organized by Human Energy. And at the time, Ben asked Raphael and Francis to invite me to the weekly meeting. So I joined the meetings. And I think gradually, as we shared, I think yesterday, and Francis, I think, said it very nicely, Ben being so kind of welcoming and humble and nice, I think you end up actually doing what he wants you to do. So yes, so I was in the loop. And since then, we started weekly meetings. And I think that focus of... I think maybe I say it this way, that I think we underestimated how the organization of conference, it was difficult. And I say it not difficult in terms of like people are difficult, but it was, I think, something that maybe we don't recognize, especially thinking about noospheric engagements, that the intersubjective, we talk about subjectivity, but I think also there is intersubjectivities between people, and how your way of seeing things really overrides somebody else's way of things. So I think for me, this organization of the conference definitely was a practice, I think heavy, I would say, meditative practice. I really, really saw my own limits, both in terms of like biases. I think spending 20 years, I think, in Europe, somehow I think makes you close off aspects of yourself in terms of like how the other parts of the world also see and I think process information. So I was very challenged and definitely out of my comfort zone. So back to office, I think, I don't know if I will be back to office because I'm so out of my comfort zone. But I think, as I shared also, I think over dinner with some of you, at the end of the day, or as Raphael always say, maybe even at the beginning of the day, I think people are good. Like really, I think people are actually good. And I think if we just sit with the idea that people are actually, they are well-intentioned most of the time. And if we just be, I think, open enough or practice openness, or exercise our openness muscle, I think we find synergy and we will design, I think, Noosphere. So Noosphere for me now, my conceptualization of Noosphere definitely changed. That is definitely a space of, I think, exercise of your embodied exercise of your being. And I think that is, that's what I share for now on the organization of the conference.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Shima. That's beautiful. Greg, you jump in.
Yeah, I think that the thing that's been most challenging to me is that the conceptual framing of the noosphere and global mind, as you delve into it more deeply, it is increasingly challenging, I think. And so in thinking about what I would talk about, the idea of generation AI and sort of what the impact of the changes that are coming so rapidly towards us and are here in many ways, how that is going to affect us as humans, and really digging into that and realizing how profound those effects will be on an evolutionary scale is very, very powerful. And it's inspired me to, I'm part of the way through a book on that now, about the dissolution of self and sort of what that transformation is going to be. And, I would not have done that without agreeing to come here and sort of engage in a new area. And being here, one of the things that I've felt, which I'm not quite sure what it means, but I think it's very significant, and that is that there's a lot of angst, as though, how are we going to make the noosphere be healthy and a poor noosphere? And it makes me think of like two little blood cells going, oh, I don't know what's going on. How are we going to make sure that they have a happy life and are doing all this? What do you want to do? And this is operating at such a large level, and it's such a dynamic phenomena. And the example that came to mind yesterday evening was, here we think about, we want to design a system, and how are we going to educate people broadly, and how are we going to put this in place, and how are we going to regulate everything? And just in an instant, in the last 2 years, through large language models and where that's leading, we're going to have a universal education for virtually everyone in the world to tap into all of the knowledge resources that we have, to do it verbally where they don't have to have any powerful connection or anything. So that large issue that you could spend lifetimes trying to solve and organize is happening, instantaneously through activity that's completely separate from that problem. And so this sense that we're on this ride, and that it's such a privilege to watch it. And yes, we can affect how it's going to affect us personally and those around us that we love, and maybe a little bit larger realm. But this is happening. I think it's it's dynamic. It's being driven by, basic technological forces. I was trying to think of what individual, other than a few situations like a big assassination or something, would you'd say, had that person not existed, the world would be very different? And I don't think so. I think it's very hard to come up with somebody who has, directed the noospheric evolution. So that's what I've been dealing with around evolution and the framework we've been looking at.
Well, I think everybody will agree that you really can't predict what will happen. Things are going so fast, are so chaotic, are so non-linear. So we really have to think at the largest possible scale, at the most universal possible principles. And so what my life work, you might say, has been on is about self-organization, the principles of how complex systems self-organize. This is essentially an optimistic philosophy. I believe that if you bring a number of agents or agencies together, they interact, they will after a while self-organize. It means they will develop some form of coordinated synergetic activity. But it's not a simplistic view where everything necessarily goes for the better. Sometimes you have kind of local self-organizations that are detrimental to the system, and I call these parasitic modes. So one of the things, for example, that I think that we see in social media are these kind of filter bubbles and echo chambers and conspiracy theories, which are things that kind of self-organize, but they self-organize at the expense of the larger noosphere. That means it's like a tumor in the body. The body as a whole functions pretty well. It's self-organizing, it's distributed. There is no central control in my body that tells this blood cell should go to this vessel and give oxygen to this cell. That's not how it works. We know it is a distributed self-organizing system, but we know that occasionally there is a cell that starts dividing and just selfishly take things from the whole system at the expense of the larger system. So I think the dangers we should be aware of are those. The whole evolution as a whole, I think, is positive, is self-organizing, is developing synergies, but locally there will be these kind of parasitic modes, self-reinforcing things that grow at the expense of the others. Another example of such a parasitic mode, I was discussing that with my colleague Thomas a couple of days ago before the conference. A war, in a sense, is a self-maintaining system. He's going to make a model with using the formalism of chemical organization theory, which is a model of self-organizing systems, that you have a number of agencies in a particular locale. In this case, it was somewhere, I think, in Niger, where the different agents have reasons to continue fighting, and so the war is kind of a self-maintaining system, which of course maintains at the expense of everything else. So I think, if we want to understand and steer the noosphere, first we need to understand these processes of self-organization on the global scale, which are positive, but then also know that sometimes there will be local forms of self-organization that will sap the resources from the larger system that are kind of parasitic.
So I really like that, okay? But emergent phenomena, it's very, very difficult to predict what the structure is when there's complexity and nonlinearity, that what's going to arise from small changes in the relationship at the lower level of organization. And so it seems to me that we're scrambling, trying to kind of understand how those little changes and effects will change the larger structures that emerge and whether they're beneficial and in alignment with us or not. And it's extremely difficult in that so often things that we think of as negative, ultimately in a complex way, they end up as being very positive. And just the opposite occurs as well. It's almost like the, traditional religious framework where, God moves in strange ways, sort of accepting that. So this sense of kind of faith and acceptance is something that is very difficult for many of us, but it's
I think that's why we had this panel of anguish versus anxiety. I think that was the very main reason we put it in there. I think the work of Raphael really speaks to that, because I think a lot of people have difficulty with that uncertainty. A lot of people actually have, I think, disconnect with this discomfort, that you feel it, I think, at the human levels. It's a feeling that I think helps us to grow toward our evolution, where we want to actually go. So I think that panel really answered that question, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. And well, just to pick up on what you're pointing here, Greg, there's this real paradox, right, between what seems to be, we think of good, we think of bad. Our challenge in trying to find the right metaphors for this makes me think about where we were early in this morning, as Suleiman bringing up what we are for and what we are against. And so I'm getting a strong sense of the hands-offness and self-organization, and, well, this may be good, we don't know, it could turn out to be bad, but this may be bad, it might turn out to be good. And yet there's something very distinct, I think, for us as humans, that we are a moral species. So we want to try to stretch that a little bit. We're on the evolution topic a little bit here, and so we have a long history of using scientific language, maybe twisted, of course, from its origins, to articulate perspectives that end up in the things that led us to the subtitle of our conference today, and inequities between the North and the South. So just a prompt to push in this direction. I don't know if I'm being clear, but I can clarify.
And I'm not saying to be inactive. It's really hard to do that. I work very hard at doing things that I think are likely to have very positive outcomes and to bring people together in rich ways that enhance their humanity and their experience in life. I think I'm suggesting a sense of humility about the inadequacy of our projections as we look forward. And also an understanding that, for example, all of the problems that are associated with the internet and social media and connecting ourselves, you know, they're not really very surprising when you step back a little bit, because this is like version 1.0 of how to engage with all of these powerful technologies. And the insight that I had in preparing my talk that I mentioned was the idea that we're totally vulnerable to all of the hacking and all of the AI and everything that's taking advantage of us. We have no AI on our side yet, but we soon will, I'm sure, and the version 2.0 and 2.5, and if we're lucky, you know, we won't have too much trauma associated before we arrive to those. So the things that sort of speed up that evolutionary process, in my view, are likely, if we think about process, the things that accelerate the advances, rather than be very careful and pause and try to understand where they're going to lead before we do them, it's sort of restricting the capabilities of the system to heal itself and protect itself in some way. So that's some of the ideas that I've been having.
I wanted to add another reason for optimism and to go back to the theme of the Global South. I think it was actually Gregory in his book Meta Man who suggested that there is kind of a nervous system building around the globe, and that nervous system up until recently didn't really reach the Global South. There were a few trade lines, of course, but most of the people, especially if you live somewhere here in Africa, in a farming ground, you have very little contact with the rest of the world. And that has started to change with the internet. First, people in Africa and generally in the Global South were very quick to adopt cellular phones. They started using it for all kinds of purposes that in the West we didn't even think of, like using cellular phones to send money from one person to another without having to go via a bank, because there were no banks. I think the technologies we have now will accelerate that whole process. For example, Wikipedia already makes, in principle, anybody with a smartphone able to tap into the knowledge of the world, but Wikipedia is not a very practical method. If you have a particular question now via AI, if you are a farmer somewhere in Africa and your crops are suffering from some parasite, you could in principle ask ChatGPT what is the problem and what you should do about it. And then it can contact you immediately with the closest supplier or of whatever the remedy is for this parasite you have. I mean, these things will extend the circulatory system and the nervous system of the noosphere into the tiniest villages in the Global South, and that will be an immediate boost to combat poverty, to cover ignorance. I think this is going on at this moment, and that's also one of the reasons why this university is very forward-looking, progressive, gathering all the intellect for Africa and specifically looking at the problems of African farmers here. I think this is an example of how the noosphere should work and how it will work. So that's the problems, especially of the Global South. I think the noosphere is the best way, the quickest way to solve these.
Something I wanted to add, building on what Francis said, is like one of my very, I think, pleasant surprises since I joined Institute for Advanced Studies and UM6B is that the positive energy that the ecosystem has, also how I think engaged all the faculties and people and students are basically with a noospheric vision. And I think we should also not forget that even though that the noosphere was coined by Vernadsky and Teilhard de Chardin, Islamic literature and has a long-standing affiliation with the vision of Noosphere. Montasir, my colleague, earlier evoked the concept of Wahdat Wujud, I say it in Farsi, that is the unity of being. And unity of being is something that in Islamic, basically, thinking and Sufism is really emphasized, that we are parts of an interconnected whole, that whatever basically we do to others, it actually affects ourselves. So I think, bearing in mind that the Global South has a rich, I think, affiliation with the Noosphere, and I think it's very important to kind of make connection to that, make connection to these existing reservoirs of wisdom that exist. So I think people necessarily don't look for a vision of Teilhard just because it's coined by Teilhard. There are Teilhardian schools of thinking by Ibn Arabi, Ghazali, and other Islamic thinkers. And I think that is very important to kind of bring this. I think we talked about moving beyond tribes, and I think my colleague also Nawal mentioned in terms of like business adaptation, how we can move from tribal to national. I think also we need to keep the pride that exists within the societies, within cultures, so that they can engage actively with the noospheric world that we want to create. So I think for me this is very essential.
Yeah, thank you, Shima, for bringing that in. I mean, there's such a Teilhardian focus and emphasis because of the term noosphere, I think, and the recognition of the shared schools of thinking in this way, the unity of being in Islam. There's another term that I don't think has been mentioned here yet, although Ubuntu, another concept to arise from the Global South. I am because we are. I'm paraphrasing, I think that's about right. But we had I think it was Heinrich who we had hoped to come to speak on that topic, was unable to come, Heinrich Volming. And so that's one of the places where I think sometimes, our language, there's not as much of a barrier as we think there is. So I appreciate you bringing that in. I want to ask a sort of specific question of each of you, or a specific question for each of you to answer, of course, but that was a moment to kind of reflect on the challenges you've seen in the conference and how that's moved your thinking. I'd like to know kind of concretely going forward for you, like and Greg, I know you heard from your book perhaps, but what do you think will bring the noosphere into being in the daily life, in your daily life? And just to, like I heard from Shima, her discussion of the, conference planning as a meditation. I'm kind of curious about the sort of daily life moments, not just our conceptual, abstract developments as academics and scholars.
Well, I have been living in the noosphere from the 1990s, if you equate the noosphere with the World Wide Web. I was one of the first ones to adopt the World Wide Web. I was the first one in Belgium to have a World Wide Web server. So in that respect, for me, it has been something obvious. But there is another aspect which is less obvious, and then I want to tie in back into the Global South. I'm not so familiar with the Islamic philosophy. I'm more familiar from the non-Western philosophies with the Chinese Taoism and the Indian Buddhism. But there are also the earlier philosophies that are generally described as animism, which are the kind of philosophies we find in indigenous people, especially hunter-gatherers, which are these ideas that the whole world is alive and is one big network of agents. And that is, I think, a very important philosophy, which in Europe we have lost. In Europe, with the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, there was this idea of dualism. There is the material world that follows mechanical laws, and then there is the human being that has the governor, the one that has the power, the one that makes decision, and the rest is just passive material. Now, these more holistic philosophies like Taoism, they say no, the human is not so special, we are just part of this big network, and that's also what animism does. So what I have done much more recently is I've started to formulate this philosophy in a scientific manner, because the reason that the worldview has become dominant is because the European worldview led to science, which was a method to develop and conserve knowledge much more efficiently than older methods of traditional teaching. Science was a very strong vehicle for this whole expansion, but science now, it can no longer be Newtonian science. Now we have this complexity science, but this complexity science still can't grapple well with this relational view. So I developed this ontology, which I call relational agency, which is, you might say, the contemporary view of animism or Taoism, and which can be expressed in a scientific manner, which you can use mathematics to express, which you can use computer simulations to work with, which you can describe ecosystems with, which you can describe the noosphere with. So I think this is a very important view for the future, that is that our science needs to be updated to also incorporate this older, animistic, relational, holistic perspective of the world. So in that sense, I think that European science and much older indigenous traditions are ready to meet and to synthesize.
Can I ask you a quick follow-up to that, Francis? Your talk on awe, and it was beautiful, and you had like the photography of the waterfall. It's somewhat of a personal question. I wonder if does that come into your embodiment as you're with like that animistic perspective? Do you feel that?
Yes, exactly. And I read a very nice book, Becoming Animal, by David Abram, who is a philosopher anthropologist who has been working with these indigenous people and has managed to kind of interiorize their worldview, their animistic worldview, and he really shows how once you get into this mode, you can start to feel the aliveness of the trees and the branches and the birds and even the rocks. Yes, you can use these emotions to feel the world in a much more alive world. While I think especially, I think it's one of the worst things about social media is people are constantly looking at this little screen and they are disconnected from the real material living world. I think that's one of the worst aspects of it. You need to go into nature and to commune and to interact with the living things, with the rocks, with the water, with the clouds, with the wind. You need to feel that in your body, and that helps you to feel part of this larger whole.
And Michael, I like that question. And for me, it is very much an embodied experience, and one that is, the awe, the sense of that. Because, you walk in any city and we're at the heart of this like human termite colony. It's amazing. I just wander and I go, how does this work? All of you imagine the metabolism and the things that are coming in and being taken out, and you get on a plane and you're over here at a meeting, and somehow it all works, and it's hard to even figure it out. So it's amazing. That's one thing, and that's a very real feeling I get when I walk in New York and I'm looking at these towers of glass and concrete, and this is not the environment of our Pleistocene ancestors, and that we can survive in that and sort of be a part of it and perceive it. And I think that's the importance of this story, is it gives that sense of amazement to people. And so that's something that's really extraordinary, and it fills me with a sense of gratitude at what a privilege it is to be alive at this moment when this birth is occurring, and to be able to be observers of it, but to be architects of it as well. And it's not surprising that anxiety is all over the place, because we're the objects of these changes as well, and who the hell knows where it carries us individually. So those things are very important. And the other is that to see this world, all of the things that we're constructing, and to see them as natural as anything, plants, or any of the objects that people generally view as natural, so that there's not this dichotomy, this disharmony, this humanity has created this cancer, this pox on the world, that it's this magical expression of life. Where else does it come from? So all of those things are very spiritual to me. They're very powerful, and they create a sense of, you know, privilege, amazement, awe in the world. And I think that, to me, that's what's so important about the third story and what the Human Energy Foundation is, or the Human Energy is trying to do, because that's a very different way to live than live with a feeling of oppression and pathology.
Yeah, the challenge to be in reverence, in awe of this planetarium, like room we are in as much as the waterfall, as I hear what you're saying, Greg. Yeah. Shima, would you
I just
say any more?
very quickly, I think very, very short comment. I think Francis and Greg, I think, shared very beautiful thoughts. I think just owning the world that we are building and not projecting it to artificial intelligence, or we still have the habit of saying it will replace us, it will do that. But who is that it? It's us. I mean, I think just, I think this moment, this critical moment is I think is a very spiritual moment, it's a very transformative moment. We can look inside ourselves. And I think for me, the entire, how I built my career is about really turning the lens inward. I have a mathematical and engineering background, and we look outside. We design things based on measuring and building structures, and we think that's the world. But I think the real world is happening inside us. And I think during my career, from my PhD onward, I wanted to bring mindfulness. I wanted to bring different traditions, Sufism, and now I am Buddhist, but bringing Sufism, that was my from Iran, basically, place I was born, to I think what I call in my latest research, to reclaim the light of technology, to reclaim the light of our built infrastructure, because they do actually play a positive role in the evolution and future of the noosphere.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wanted to sort of shift things a little bit here. One of the requests I think we've had over time with the back-to-back nature of the talks was that maybe there wasn't as much time as we could have had for audience participation. So I wanted to give you all a chance here. If there's questions that you'd like to bring forward to this group or to the whole room, especially as we're starting to move towards the end. We're in this giant circle, but we're not obviously not perfectly sitting in a circle. But it evokes to me that image of wanting to hear from others in here.
They will give it. No, they will bring it.
Thank you again for all your brilliant talks. I really enjoyed it so much, and I just have comments and questions. If we're talking about the noosphere as something teleologic, it has telos, it has direction, and we are a part of it. So where does it come from? Is it like the noosphere, or this intentionality comes through us and not from us, and though it is with us, it belongs not to us? We don't really know, like, from which this intentionality comes from the noosphere itself that we're shaping increasingly, or from us that we are nurturing this noosphere. And the second thing is about the optimism and the positive impact on this noosphere. And I stumbled upon this beautiful concept called pronoia. It's from Brezhnev, I think. And as an antidote to paranoia, if paranoia is connecting the dots in a way that feels like the world is against us, so pronoia, it would be connecting the dots in a way that the world is serving us. And my final question would be about this notion of always insisting on optimism. We know that the world is made of yin and yang. We know that we don't have the same conception of good and bad. We don't know about the climate change, if it's a a hoax or real. A lot of people think it's not real. So the noosphere, would it be something that englobes all of this, where all the contradictions are reconciled, or would it just take position about some certain things? And finally, I just want to thank you both and Shima as well for your philosophical insights. We need that conception. We need to get rid of dichotomy, as you said, Greg. And yeah, so I think Kevin Kelly said it best. We're smack in the middle between the born and the made, and it's all coming from the same constituents. So just want to thank you again for all your brilliant insights.
Thank you for that. The trio of questions here, from telos to pronoia to do we necessarily need to insist on optimism?
I think I want to go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss the intentionality, because that's one of the problems that I've been thinking about a lot. So one of the aspects of the AI that I find most difficult is this idea of the omega point. It means that evolution is directed to a particular outcome. I believe that evolution is directed in the sense that certain directions will not happen. There is a certain preference for certain things, and it's a preference for what I call synergy. If you are in a relationship with some other agent that is conflictual, either the relationship will stop or one of the two agents will be eliminated. Conflict does not last. Synergy, on the other hand, lasts. Once you are in a synergetic relationship, both or everybody profits, and so you build on it. So there is a directionality to evolution, a directionality towards self-organization, towards synergy, and you can't say that it is the noosphere that is doing it, or you can't say that it's the humans that are doing it. All elements are constantly trying to adapt to their environment, and their environment, of course, consists of all these other elements. So we are all constantly trying to adapt to whatever we are interacting with, and that interaction eventually settles into a more synergetic version. So that is the directionality, but it's not goal-directedness. There is no endpoint, there is no goal. So I think that's one of the teleology, the big problem is that people tend to interpret it in some kind of a religious way, like God has made a plan for the universe and now we are fulfilling that plan. That's not how evolution works, but neither is evolution random. Evolution has a preference for more adaptation, more fitness, more synergy, more life. That is the direction of evolution. So you can't predict where it will end up, but you can predict it will continue in that direction.
I think I'm going to answer a little bit the question of focus on positivity. I don't agree that we need to only focus on positivity. My life has never been like always positive, and I think if we and the best moments I had in my life came out of overcoming actually challenges. So I think that's very important. And Michael, I think Pearson also mentioned something positive, realistically optimist. That is, we have to understand that we are faced with complex challenges, big challenges. At the same time, the noosphere is a space of traumas, pains, and difficulties, and at the same time, potentiality. So if you just want to have the positive story of the noosphere or a positive story of the future that we want to create, I think we are depriving ourselves our absolute capacity for transformation. And I think that is also speaking to what you said, Francis, about intentionality of evolution. Evolution, I think, favors transformation. People who are open to adaptability, to transformations. I think that is like an interconnection between the two. If we really are looking for intentionality, we have to be actually looking at the reality of we're facing. We have wars around the world. We're facing difficulties, especially in the global south, in the Middle East. So if we want to blind ourselves to those challenges, I think we are not going to do to ourselves justice. So I think that's, for me, is very, very crucial.
Yeah, I think I would like to respond to that too, the sense of optimism. I've been accused of being a Pollyanna about things. And to me, that's just that's an internal state of how you're perceiving things. There are incredible amounts of pain and horrible things that happen, and life is difficult. And, you know, do we accept that? Do you choose to see it's like that glass half empty or half full? You know, there are amazing things that are going on. And if you look from historical perspectives, this is one of the most difficult times emotionally to live in for people. And yet it is, you know, the dream of kings, essentially, all of the things that we have available to us, music all the time. I mean, look at, in the last 30 or so years, the population that's within the sort of global economy has essentially doubled. I think there have been about 3 billion people added. And it's so astonishing to me that things have been as smooth as they have been in a transition like that. And so you can sort of, and I think that some of the dissatisfaction comes, we're talking about this at one of the meals, is that it used to be that you couldn't envision the possibilities because we didn't have the technology to make that possible. So the gulf between what might be and what is larger than it has ever been, which is very, you know, frustrating to so many people. But the absolute level of where we're at compared to where the population in general has been, what they've suffered from, what they've dealt with in terms of disease and education and possibilities and everything, is better than it has ever been. And so, and as far as pain and overcoming that, you know, think of your children. You try to protect them from pain and disappointment and hurt and all of those things. And yet, if you were successful in that, they would turn into people that would be completely uninteresting to you. Because, at least in my life, it's the challenges and the pains and the things that I've overcome that have been the crucible for forming the personality that, you know, I very much value. And an example of that is a question that I've asked to people. I do questions. So I'm about to publish a book of questions on living with chronic illness. One of the questions is, this is for people with very serious chronic diseases of one sort or another, is if you could go back to your first time of experiencing symptoms, and, well, from the present, you had a choice. You could either go back to that moment, be cured, and live your life again, completely healthy. You could be cured at present and continue forward without that disease, which is often very painful, or you could just continue forward the way you are. What's astonishing to me, I've probably asked that to many, many, many people. Not a single person with a very serious disease has said they would want to go back and be cured, because they so value the experiences that they've earned and what it's meant to them. And many people say they would not want to be cured at all, because it has become such a way that they see themselves, you know, and that they live. And it's a very interesting thing. I don't know, but it's surprising to me.
Thank you, Greg. That's a very powerful example. Yes.
Yeah, thank you from the heart to Human Energy and UM6B and Shima and everyone who made this possible. It was a very rich and perspective-shifting experience the last few days. From the perspective of next generations, one of the things that you can hear me? Oh, shall I stand up? Oh, you hello? Can you hear me? Yes. From the perspective of next generations, one of the things that inspires me is that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We can build upon the legacies and the wisdom and the know-how and expertise out there in the world and unfolding our own myth and our own story. And it seems that the noospheric line of thinking helps us to understand, not only map out evolution and the role of human development, but also look at the rise of civilizations and the origination of great disciplines that we have been addressing the last few days, but also the radical inventions and innovations in the world that changed many eras and marked new epochs. And what inspired me the last few days is that this perspective shifting understanding also invites us to actually initiate a new lineage of intellectual inquiry where we're invited to tap from multiple sources of intelligence. And this is something that I think since the rise of modern science, we have been fractured in, and perhaps this was one of our fracture points as much as it was also the origination of so much development. So I wondered, I think Sheila also mentioned how we can actually reconcile both hemispheres of the brain, both the reasoning, the logical, the analytical, but also the imaginative, the poetic, the intuitive, and how the noospheric line of thinking can help us to cultivate this in generating the most necessary solutions for our time. And what are then the conducive conditions to enable this so that this can become liberatory is one of the things that very much inspired me the last few days. Thank you again.
Thank you for that. I certainly have some thoughts. I can jump in if you'd like. There's a lot that you said there. It's Saren, right? Saren. So thank you for sharing. Where you ended, of course, on this, how do we balance this imaginative, intuitive, the two hemispheres, and what was evoked, of course, I think also implicitly in that is there's also a global north, global south. I know Boris S. Shoshitaishvili had invoked that also in his conversation. It brings to my mind the work of Ian McGilchrist and both the master and the emissary, and his work on the matter with things. In that case, he's very clear that the intuitive, the imaginative is the master, if you will. That what we deploy is our rational mind in the service of the intuitive, the imaginative, and the creative, to seek out details and bring them back so that they can be held within the larger picture, within a larger frame. I don't know quite how that maps into the current noosphere, other than clearly there is it evokes to me the need for the dialogue between the two, and the clear sense that there's some deeper sharing, some not only the deeper sharing, but the bigger picture, whatever that is. I don't know. Clearly the humility, I think, is a center here. So thank you for sharing that. It sounds like...
I think how to make it like the big question, and I think perhaps nobody knows. I think that's the best answer. I think nobody knows, but I think it is happening. It's the dialogue and conversation about bringing more of like more creative, intuitive way of design, creative, intuitive way of collaborations, and I think poetry, I think it's happening. I think it's already happening, especially when we look at, for example, on trauma recovery, bringing holistic like well-being, like psychedelic practices or rituals. I think it's already happening in a couple of disciplines, but I think it requires building up of momentum, and I think it will happen naturally, because I think if other people engage with it, it will roll out on its own.
Yeah, and you know, as I reflect on what your question, which is a very interesting one, it feels to me that it naturally is sort of an expression of us as individuals, and how do we reconcile left and right brain and such. It seems to me that the question is actually much, much bigger, and that is that our consciousness, our awareness, our creativity, all of these things is expanding beyond us as individuals. And all of those elements of human expression and cognitive interaction and, you know, creativity and everything are being mixed in all sorts of ways within the noospheric environment. And that dissolution of self that I mentioned is something, that's what we're going to be grappling with in my view. You know, who we are in this realm, what the individual is, how we combine with one another, because it is getting so powerful, or is it the cusp of that? And it's going to create all sorts of new structures that are not just organic cognition and cognitive activity, but inorganic, different changes of substrate, changes of lifespan, changes of, you know, merging of different individuals that are mixing and matching, which becomes possible when there's a certain level of uploading or, you know, extended cognitive activity. So I think it's just going to be amazingly complex in ways that we hardly can imagine now, and very rapidly.
I think something else that came to my mind is that although that it's a very big question, but at the same time it brings back to the power of individuals. Like, how can we do that? You can do that. I can do that. We can do that. I think that's probably the way it will happen. So it's really the individual. And I think yesterday with the workshop and the rite of passage of Robinson, our intention was really evoking that active engagement with the Noosphere, that I engage with the Noosphere because I know that my impact will have a positive influence on the Noosphere. So I think being in that space, I think it in itself is valuable. Instead of just focusing on the outcome of that, I think just bringing ourselves in that openness and capacity to engage with the world in a more active way, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that. You have one more thing you'd like to say?
Let me just say one more thing about that I just thought of, which I think it's really interesting, is that almost everybody thinks creatively. We all dream. We have dreams. We have all of these visions. The challenge is the translation of that into something that can be consumed and is revealed to others. And I think that the obstacles to that are becoming ever more diminished, in that we can express that because the techniques and the crafts that are required to create a film, to create some expression of that, are really diminishing. And so there's going to be a flourishing of the expression of those sorts of aspects of the human mind and of the human existence.
So I think we're going to need to wrap up. I'll make one comment just in the spirit of thanking everybody also for organizing the concert last night, that our participation in creativity need not be that we are the ones creating some rarefied form of art that goes into a museum, but yet we can participate. To see many of us just dancing and moving in the field yesterday, that is very evocative, I think, of also places we might go as the Noosphere.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the panel, and thank you for that reminder, Michael. I felt very much like I was actively participating in the Noosphere last night, and was really energized by it after a long day. Just a couple of notes as we move on to the next thing. So we're moving to lunch, same places we have had it in the past. We're going to do it a little bit different today, though, which is that we're going to be back here at 2 o'clock. So rich and enjoyable and meaningful as the conversations are, get your food, enjoy your lunch, and then have your conversation on the way back, because we've got one more session, and we want to make sure that we are able to include your voices in that session and wrap up on time for folks who need to leave. Second thing I want to say is about that. So the theme of our final session, meant to be closing comments from Raphael and me. We will say a few things, but we really want to hear your voices. The question is, are we clear about what we want for the future? And I think this roundtable has laid some ground for that, but we want to hear from you as well. And then thirdly, I've just sent an email to a number of folks who were invited speakers or sponsored participants from Human Energy or the IAS regarding your departure. So if you don't have ground transportation arranged, you're not sure about that, please check your email, and we'll do what we can at this point. But we didn't have information from everyone, the details. So check with that and check with me if you need to. We'll make sure you get wherever you're going safely as best we can. And then finally, I'll remind you about this at the end, but for those who are, if you have a PIN, you're a member of the Human Energy team, we'll be doing a group photo at the giant Human Energy acrylic, whatever it is, logo across from our booth after the last session. So at 3 o'clock or whenever it is we wrap that up, we'll just have our conversations as we walk down the orange aisle and gather at the Human Energy logo for a group photo to capture that. Okay, so let's go have lunch. Thank you.
دقدق ما في مية بس يا أصحابي عشان مقدمة
بسم الله.
Okay, everyone.
حسين شوف جدية شيء معك دوزية معك الروتور ديال الدافع معك ويندوز الدافع واش الواي فاي باش كنخدمو بالطابلت راه كاين في الماش في الطارق كاين في الطارق صافي دوزية باش
Hey everyone. Thank you for coming back. So we are in the final wrap-up session, and this is going to be a open session, an opportunity for you guys to engage with the conference a little bit more on a personal level, to be able to share your thoughts. So in a few minutes, once all of you get your seats, I think we can start. There will be a few questions taken from you, and after that, Raphael Lugier will wrap up the day, and that's it, basically.
ما كاينش معاهم لي زونطيسا
علاش هو كاين لي كيستيون ريبونس
باقي دابا خليك خمس
And can I have few mics in the room, talking to the technique?
شنو
I don't know where
مايك
they are.
مشات ديك هذا الصف
ماشي مايك جاز
المايك راه في مسافة ما بين Sure.
Okay, everyone. I think we heard a lot over these 3 days. A lot of great minds shared their ideas, and because the agenda was quite packed, we didn't have enough time to give you to also share your thoughts with us. So this wrap-up session is really an opportunity for you to engage with the event and share your thoughts and feedback and everything. And after that, Rafael will wrap up the day. Thank you very much. So if there is any question, just raise your hand. There will be a microphone given to you. Thank you.
We can make it like an agora. It's not supposed to be just questions and things like that. It's just like comments and explaining and saying things, and we share something about our vision of the future of the Noosphere, this conference, and the concept and all that.
Okay, so I'm gonna break the ice here. I just want to say I'm a newbie to the Noosphere, and I want to say that number one, the promise with the Noosphere of greater prosperity of all, especially in places like the third world, like improved farming, improved output, and prosperity is going to be immense. I think that's a great thing. I like the idea that somebody brought out about having an AI personal guardian. I like that approach. I think that's a great thing. And another concern that I embrace is governance and rules. I think there needs to be governance, and there needs to be rules, and of course the concern for who makes the rules is a big deal. Concerns, the downside of prosperity for all is increased longevity. Because if we have increased longevity and we have a population growth where nobody's going to die, we're going to have to deal with resources like food and water and everything else that's going to have to accommodate. So they need to be in sync and going forward, if they're not in sync, that could cause greater problems. I think the AI personal guardian is hopefully going to enable us not to become the Borg. For those people that know who the Borg are, they're in Star Trek. It's a collective, and I think everybody plugged into the Borg and became the Borg, and you lose your identity. So one of my big concerns is loss of identity, because I think as a human race, if we lose our identity, there's no real point to this whole thing, in my opinion. I think that's what makes life good, and that makes all the little things that you have to go through to figure things out.
Talking about feeding the planet, we have a publishing house, and we will publish by the end of Q1 a book called Hamburgers in Paradise by Louise Fresco, where she explains that we can feed 10 billion people with no problem. And it's really important because we get frightened by what we read and what we see. And I think, and thank you, Dee, I think that we need to be optimistic, because if we foresee a dark future, it will be dark. And
it's interesting that you present who is Louise Fresco, because she's not talking out of the blue like she's...
Louise Fresco is the former head of FAO, Food and in English, FAO, j'ai oublié. Food and Agriculture Organization
Food World
in Roma,
Organization.
and she's a professor in Amsterdam, and she's really.
She's the president of
she's
our...
the advisor to the CEO of OCP,
and she's the president of our scientific advisory board, the scientific advisory board of the IAS.
And last, in fact, it's a call. We had 3 great days, and I would like to know what's going to happen next. What are we going to do with the people, the great people from Human Energy? And this is something that I think we can discuss.
Maybe before that, I'd like to address this word that was in your statement. That is, I think, a very important word because it's symptomatic of what is actually happening on the world scale. It's the idea of identity and the fact that people are scared about losing their identity. And they are scared about losing their identity on a local point of view, regional point of view. But they are now scared about losing their identity on a global point of view, like as human being. And we have to remember, what is identity? Identity is the fact that you feel that you are identical to some other people. It's like if we will not be identical to what we were before, and we are not identical to what we actually desire to be. And that's, I will say, that feeds some kind of a discontent that makes us see the future as being a bad future, to talk like Trump. Bad future, not only bad people, but bad future. I think one of the main aspect, as far as I've understood it, of the Noosphere, I think the Noosphere could be a space, a therapeutic space, to understand that we need to overcome this fear of losing our identity. Because in history of human beings, every time people are scared about losing their identity, it's an emotion. Usually it's not very rationalized, and because it's an emotion, it allows you to do things like it's like a reaction against other people that are responsible of make you lose your identity, or now even it's technology itself that will make us lose our identities, like you're scared about robots, artificial intelligence, etc., etc., etc. But I think, in my view, but it has to be discussed, I think we don't have to be scared about anything for that matter. Because the only thing that is important, as we said, it's openness. How can we be open, and at the same time, how can we be critical? Because, many times sometimes people, most of the times even actually, they oppose religion and science, and we have seen that here. They oppose belief and knowledge, all these things that were invented in the 18th century. Before the 18th century, people will not talk about knowledge on one side and belief on the other side. Even in the tribe society, they still think that there is no things as belief, there's just knowledge. You know something, it's just not, So I think that what we have to distinguish, because we are talking about mind, it's 2 kinds of mindset: dogmatic mind and critical mind. If you can be religious or scientific and being dogmatic, like being scared about what is around, so you need to become dogmatic to make it, to encircle, like to embrace something, to limit it, to make it like your little island, like, in a Robinson things like, oh, I feel safe because I'm in my little island and things. Or you can have a critical mind. The people that had a critical mind in religion, we call them mystics. So because their view of seeing God is not a dogmatic way, it's really openness. And the people that have a critical mind in science, maybe we can call them scientists that are working on the Noosphere. They have a critical mind, so they have openness, so they know that there is something that is bigger than what they actually see, and so their identity is just limited, and basically we don't care. We need to go beyond all the time. And we can't be protective. If we are protective, we are losing, actually, what we think we are protecting.
So in a way, the Noosphere is a space that we can return to be mystics again, in a way.
I think, yes, it's a mystical experience, but not a religious mystical experience. You know, it's something else. It's what allows us to go beyond that and being really critical. When you are critical, you go beyond.
Is there any more questions? Okay, gentleman there.
Hello.
Bonjour, hello.
I would like to jump on the idea of Saad, just a few minutes ago, who is thinking about the next theme. And I was wondering, after talking about the geosphere, the anthroposphere, the mind sphere, in order to attract more audiences, maybe from the scientific, spiritual, and other fields, it would be interesting to talk about the atomic noosphere, the molecular noosphere, in order to be able to get extracted a little bit from the introduction of ourselves as observers, and just to let the science and the actual discoveries give us an idea about those fields, how they are really living in themselves as structures of the living world at the atomic level, and when we imagine how we are the embodiment of those billions and billions of atoms that live inside every single cell, and how those cells compose billions and billions of atoms in incredible way that allow everyone to be at any moment the mirror glass of this reality at any time. We are at the moment where we don't have any other solution except to make those questions inside of ourselves, the inner noosphere, at, you know, it will remake the question at multiple level, and maybe in order to have this universal understanding about the noosphere, it will be interesting to interest other fields, and mostly the political one, how the people, the nation state, the actors of the nation state, as you stated yesterday, how they could listen to this new language of manifested, visualized grounds of reality that compose all of us. We have now the technology, we have the AI, the super mind that is waiting as a baby of our common discoveries to talk a new language and to be redirected into this new way of perceiving at any moment that any one of us is like a tower of knowledge at any second, composed of those scale levels of infinity, and science is here to give us the toolkits.
Thank you very much. Francis?
Yes, I still wanted to answer the first two questions, because these are problems that I have often heard. They are very common objections against a kind of a noosphere scenario. The one is that you lose your personal identity, that you become kind of part of a collective like the Borg. The other one is that if you prolong human life, you will get overpopulation. Sato already noticed that the food is not a big problem. It's one of the easiest problems to solve. But the other thing is that there is a problem that we haven't yet talked about, that is not so much overpopulation, but the opposite. At this moment, in most developed countries, there are far too few children being born, and especially the young generation, most of them say that they either don't want any children or at most one. So at this moment, there's still a strong population growth in Africa, but in practically all the other continents, it's going down to zero or even being negative. So in that sense, I think we really shouldn't worry about overpopulation, except in the poorest region like Africa, and the solution there is obviously to combat the poverty first. The second objection was not so much the identity in the terms that Raphael defined it. I think that what he was speaking about is losing your individuality. So this is the idea that the noosphere or the global brain or the collective intelligence is something like becoming part of a beehive or an ant nest, and all these bees are interchangeable, they have no individuality. the way I see the noosphere, it's precisely the opposite. Because the noosphere interconnects everybody, it will expect everybody to be as original as possible, because otherwise there is no sense in having a new member of the noosphere. The noosphere is based on knowledge, on ideas, on creativity. Bees and ants don't need to be creative, people need to be creative, and what the noosphere will do is make the creativity of one person available to all the others. So the more individual, the more original, the more non-conformist you are, the more likely you are to contribute to the noosphere.
So the noosphere basically is a space where we can not only reclaim our mystical origins and connections, but also who we truly are at a very individual level, as a unique individual that we are.
Just one thing about Francis, just to make it. I think the fact that people, when they mean individuality, and I agree, totally agree with you, they use the word identity, which means exactly the opposite, actually, but identical and not that. It's symptomatic of our society also. The misuse of the vocabulary express something about the fear that we have. And of course, I agree with you that the most integrated, the more you are into interaction, even more power you have, like in a Nietzschean sense. So you are more singular because you are more interacting. You are interacting. That's the reason why I think we need to distinguish what I call interreaction and interaction. Because with the internet and with what is actually happening with the internet, people are interreacting, and it creates anger and all that, so they are out of themselves. And it's what creates, these system of reactions. They are becoming more and more passive, and so they are suffering. That's the same etymology. Passion, passive, pathology, that means, and suffering. So because they are suffering and being passive, they are becoming more violent in front of this feeling of impotence. But the more they are active and really active, they are able to be interactive, and so having more and more power and less violence. And I think it's very important to say that the noosphere is about one of the things that is at stake is interaction. And what we have seen now through the internet is too much room for interreaction.
Michael.
Yes, one more comment on identity, then maybe we can put this one to rest. But individuation, maybe, is another word that I think expresses the greater coming into one's internal being, into the oneself, comes from the Jungian psychoanalytic tradition. And so, and in that, there's often contact. There's this sort of mystery there. There's a contact with the numinous. And through that, there's this paradox, you kind of lose the identity even as you are coming into greater individuation. So there's this interesting dialectic or paradox between those two poles, so that the unique creativity expression can still come out of us even as we may loosen our sort of extrinsic identity. I am my profession, I'm a doctor, I'm a professor, I'm a scientist, whatever it is. Real quickly to touch on Zed's point about where do we go next? In the spirit of dropping those identities, I would like to see more options for us to really immerse ourselves in a totally different model, a totally different perspective from what we were trained in. I think one of the things that this conference for me has been an open door into perhaps more than just the Teilhardian discussion on what the noosphere is, but to what would it be like to immerse oneself in a very different literature, history, part of the world, and try to see through those eyes, and to see the noosphere that way. So we build more language about the noosphere. my last, we met like when we were meeting in St. Mary's College 4 or 5 years ago. We all went around and shared the definition of the noosphere, and there was like 300 definitions in a room of 50 people. So I think we should continue to build those, but through more in new models from other places.
Thank you, Michael.
No, I think that's really great what you said, because when you were talking about, I mean, it's like the more you are trying to defend what you think is your singularity, but in fact is identity, the more you're losing it. And it's true on a collective level, like nationalism and these kind of things, because you are becoming, when you are reactionary politically, you know. And it's true on an individual level, when you are. It's exactly what we call the ego. When I'm here, we are interreacting. Let's imagine we are interreacting. That means that I want you to see me in a certain way. Obviously, you don't, and so I feel bad, and so I want to reinforce that. And the more I'm doing that, the more I'm dependent on the image that you have of me, which is actually depriving from what I am. So trying to defend myself and to defend like this ego, this double of me, I'm actually just sinking and I'm losing it. What is interesting is to know also that the very word individual, it comes from individuus and individualis in Latin, which was part of the discussion in the medieval age about the very nature of Jesus Christ. And to say that it is in the same time, undivided. It's undivided, like being in the same times God and human. And it's interesting that from the 17th century onwards, it was step by step the word that was chosen to talk about what we were, what we became, like individuals, like human and, you know, divine. It's just to say.
Boris.
Oh, sure. And I don't know if Manon, you were okay. Do you want? Okay, I'll just go. Yeah. So one important theme, and this will echo some of Michael's points, that emerged for me is the value and often actually how much work there still is to be done in developing mediating concepts. So intermediate concepts, and what I mean by that is that noosphere thought, you know, partly because of how powerful Teilhard's writing and Vernadsky's writing was, tends to leap from the individual to the planetary, and maybe sometimes individual to the planetary, planetary to the cosmic. But you know, some of the framing of the conference, I think, does this very well, is to actually set that pause from that leap and set that in dialogue with all of the other layers of sociality and shared mind that we have. I mean, Shima was mentioning it in you know, national traditions or in literary traditions that we might have. So in a certain sense, I think that that's a step forward for the future of the noosphere, is how to prevent a deracinated noosphere. Because some people will be able to take that leap from the individual to the planetary, but for many people, that actually leaves out all sorts of layers of, you could call it noetic meaning. And so one kind of almost grammatical provocation would be maybe to think less about the noosphere. I mean, we should continue to do so, and think more about noospherical. So what does it mean for there to be a noospherical global south, or a noosphere that's re-understanding itself, or the concept is being reimagined through staged conversations that bring in, for example, the global south, or bring in one's own national identity, or what does it mean to be a noospherical psychotherapist? What does it mean to be a noospherical biologist? And so that is something that I think is already kind of importantly opened by this conference, but could really benefit from sustained, you know, essentially development.
What's next after this conference. I think this recognition of how this concept of noosphere can be more customized to different cultures, especially the global south, given its rich.
You wanted to say something?
I think Marwan is also.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Given the rich history of the global south and its basically reservoir of wisdom, so I think that customization is definitely something that we are waiting next.
She asked to talk even before Boris says.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, I was also thinking it very much helps us to gain a deeper understanding on a meta level.
If you want to say it.
Yet, how do we indeed bring it to the people, to the individual, to the ground? Individuation has been mentioned, and I think also rite of passage, the hero's journey, all these different aspects of what it means on an individual level, what it means to the revival of remembrance, of what it actually means to be human and alive in our times, and partake in that larger story. At the same time, it also challenges us to think about what's the pursuit of innovation. And it's very much a quest of renewal. And what I see in the search for new paradigms is that many different attempts for renewal and innovation are actually perfecting old models. And perhaps noospheric line of thinking can invite us to think about what are indeed other sources of intelligence? What is a complete different starting point of thinking about what innovation and renewal can be in generating the solutions that we need, but also having a deeper understanding of who we are and what our place is in this larger collective. So that was also one of the things that I felt further equipped and empowered in partaking in this conference.
Perfect. We are happy to have you here. We have Marwan. Can you, and then the mic to Michael.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, both of you, for talking about the numinous, the liminal states, noetic truths. And I just want to carry on your reflection, Michael, about this notion of immersion. And this is just a remark maybe about the conference format, maybe for next editions. Can we think about something more or something else? I see, because we had a informal session between the youth, that's what they call this little circle, about what can we improve for other and the editions to come. Can we just think about those kind of immersive technologies where, for example, we get to experience what an overview effect looks like or feels like, rather than just intellectualize everything? Because I see a lot of tired faces. I'm not talking about having sauna and mindfulness sessions, but maybe just the medium is the message, right? So can we just noosphereize those kind of mediums so that we can feel the noosphere in our bones rather than just there?
I think that is great, and I think that's a very important comment. In your notebooks, you have a QR code where you can share these thoughts, important thoughts. We collect them, and for the next edition, we take into account your thoughts and ideas. And there's a mic there.
Okay.
So yes, I think definitely we have to noosphereize. I think that's a new word that you coined there. And more interactive, I think more embodied, basically, noospheric conference. I think that would be the best. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to share my appreciation first for, in I think many ways, intellectually stimulating human energy. But I do agree that sometimes that human energy needs other flow, and whatever that was with the music and maybe even system gatherings was very helpful, so that can maybe help noospherize. I do want to make a suggestion for, as we go on, if we want to use this as a way to spread a message and like a missionary function, I do think we need to engage with the relevant communities and also engage with them where they're at and how they would need to sort of understand this as a message so that they can bring it down to the ground. That would be education specifically, but also business and other representatives in politics and other places where this is actually relevant, because it's fantastically intellectually stimulating at the same time. I do think the energy needs to flow back and forth in between that dialogue. So setting that up intentionally going forward would, I think, help. And I thank you again.
Thank you. I think there was a question there. There is one more question there, and then final remarks or comments that you want to say, and then we close it. Just 2-3 minutes. Yes.
We have a proposal, actually, more than a comment. Well, of course, a lot to say, a lot to talk, and it's all beautiful and amazing. But we would like to really embody a little bit the spirit of this conference by playing some music and and offer this to you. I don't know if there's time, if we have to move somewhere else, or
How
we
many
can-
minutes? Maybe like 10 minutes. It would be
between 10 minutes and 2 hours. Any.
No, I think between 10
No, I'm
minutes
kidding, I'm
and
kidding.
12
Yeah,
hours.
no,
or-
5 minutes,
I think
10 minutes.
maybe
yeah.
7 minutes or 5
Sure.
minutes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that makes perfect sense. We can do it after the
After the closing remarks of Rafael. Okay. No, we have to close now. Apologies.
Maybe one last for
One.
Greg.
The gentleman first. No, I think we can take the question from you.
I just wanted to.
Take the first question, please.
Well, we were educated to respect the elder people, so I will leave the floor to him
No,
so
go
that he
ahead.
can. Yeah, thank you so much. After you, please.
I just have a very short comment about the idea of changing format in some way. I think that is very useful, and it's not exactly certain what we would do, but it would be more interactive among the people not only here, but who are at a distance. And this format, whether it's panels or individuals, is basically sage on stage, which is, exactly the opposite of what one is trying to promote. And there are many, many formats where you get into groups that are interactive and where things emerge from interaction. And so what might be done is to look into all of the interesting tools that there are for interactions in groups at a distance and trying to come up with a bunch of those that would involve not only the people at the conference, but those who are at a distance. And that would be a good challenge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
Final comment?
yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to add on what was shared during this very important conference during the 3 days. I just wanted to shed more light on the importance of changing the narratives about the Global South that has been viewed historically as a recipient of innovation rather than a contributor. But the reality of today, we see that there are very important initiatives and projects that can be shared with the whole world so that we can solve transversal solutions or transversal problems. And we can beneficiate from the expertise of both sides of the globe, either the north or the south side, so that we can foster the collaboration and we can live together in a better world. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So if you have just final remarks or something, yeah. Go ahead, just 2 minutes or it's on.
Yeah, final remarks, but never final, and I don't like closure, so just don't close anything because I'm for openness, exactly, for openness. And I want to thank first, Human Energy, that they were the one to make the journey here. So that's something, that's not nothing, and there's all those researchers and leaders and people that were talking, exchanging, interacting, I must say. So I think this idea of Noosphere and the human energy, that was the Human Energy project before, and now is Human Energy, could be something else, something that would look like a think tank, but we could call more of a think desire or something. So, because I think what is missing when we are talking about interaction is the desire to think. And I think it's important to make people see that they are part of it. And by being part of it, it can't be just something abstract, like you are part of it, when there are some fake debate that are organized. And we French people, we are specialists of that. We organized a huge debate about French identity or about democracy, about everything, and basically nobody cares. And it's just publicity, it's just marketing, political marketing. And so how to make, to
pay attention that this thing, the noosphere, is not becoming the pretext of a new political marketing, even if we are dealing with politics, saying it is not political marketing, it's about something else. That's not the question that like another new fashionable concept, but really something else, something that really matters. I think it is that the new challenge for the future, to pay attention that this is not going to become, I mean, it has to be interesting, desirable and everything, but I will say not fashionable, because we all know what happens with fashion in our late modernity, in our, as I say, industrialistic societies. So if it could be something more than fashion, something else even, I think that would be great. That would be a great aim to try to focus on for the next conference. And a way to do that, in fact, is to actually make people being part in a desire point of view. As I'll always say, the problem, and it's very related to that, I mean, the noosphere, the problem with ecology, it is that everybody knows what to do, basically. Nobody really, I mean, the state don't really do it. They talk about it. You know, a way to say it is like the problem of ethics today, it's ethics. Because it's just like, and I think we could make these noosphere things something desirable in an aesthetic point of view without being just a marketing label. And the only way to do that, is to try to talk with each other in an active way after the conference. I'm thinking like the conference is just a meeting with us, with each other, when we create this desire to meet because we are on the same length wave, but the real work is actually after the conference and before the conference. Thank you.
Just something else. If you want to continue the conversation, make sure that you follow the YouTube channel of Human Energy. Also, there is Discord channel. There is also the QR code that you can click and basically find your space for sharing your thoughts and comments. And I just give now the floor to Thomas. You have, I think, 5 minutes. If you can wrap up in 5 minutes, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, desire.
Yeah, we will see.
No.
Yeah, it depends on
5 minutes.
No pressure. Okay, we will see. Yeah, we will see how long we can get.
Hold the guitar while you play.
The microphone.
We can.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
We begin with this, right?
Okay, so before we start, I would like to give a short comment, which is like, we are trying to do this as an experiment. This is not planned. There was no guitar, so it was all like noospheric, improvised coordination to get this moment to happen. And sometimes this spontaneity is important. Of course, the quality of the performance will not be as if we would have performed many times before, but it's given with our heart. It's given for embodying things like all these concepts. So we will have a poem written by Mai, and I will musicalize it very simply. And it's inspired in elements that are highly related to this conference. So, no, she will speak. So, can you hear? Ya me estoy volviendo canción, barro tal vez.
We will be invincible if we were one. One, not the same, not together, but one, like one forest growing at different times, in different directions, in different ways. One forest communicating deeply through our rhizomes, accepting our identities, our fragile zones. If I'd see myself as a forest, I'd known which plants are not receiving enough sun. I'd make space for them. If they need nutrients, I'd send my sap. Fungi, small plants, big trees spreading through our roots, making exact clones of themselves to create other mother plants, to keep spreading our fruits, our essence. What is my essence? What kind of plant am I? How do I tend to grow? Where am I trying to go? Wouldn't it be just nice to just know how to live? Why do we have to keep moving and changing, evolving and mutating, and outgrowing the skin we were so comfortably wearing? We look like fools and we think, they are surely mocking me. What will others say if I challenge the image of me they made? And maybe now would be the perfect time to say, well, just be yourself. Individuality is the way. But if you grew up in a culture where community is rewarded, it's harder to internalize in that way. You see clearly the threads that link you and others, the effect you have in your brothers, the ripples you make when you hurt another. It's a big responsibility to let go of your Earth Mother. Different views of living right. We should still know that we can be one. You can listen to others, you can listen to us, the ones who are not inspired by being more special than anyone, not more than my sisters, not more than our land. Searching for seats on the top table is not an ambition of mine. I see the game and its rules, and I don't want to play any time. Give me transparent souls, people brave enough to design ways to go back to harmony, people that don't yell, my money, people that don't go out only when it's sunny, people big enough to contain the suffering our past creates. All our wars, all our egos, our checkmates, all our memory is cursed. Ignoring history will make it worse. But it can be a blessing if we hold it, if we simply care enough to transform it. Give me people big enough to compost the sorrow in exchange of more life and more joy tomorrow. Naivety leads us to destroy and deforest. Let's be wise. We can build one highly biodiverse forest. One, not the same, not even together. One dynamic forest growing at different times, in different directions, in different ways. One. We will be invincible if we were one.
Ya me estoy queriendo. Ya me estoy volviendo canción, barro tal vez. Thank you. Di algo del poema.
No,
Di algo. So this is, I can continue? Okay, so we can continue, as I said, with more music. That was a poem, but we have a few songs as well that we could play in our little repertoire. It's, you're welcome. One more, it's okay? Yeah. Okay.
No sé si ella
Sí, ella. ¿Puede introducirla tú? ¿Quién la prende?
Samba de la Elda.
No, hagamos ella.
¿Estás seguro?
Sí.
¿Sí?
Sí, porque la van a entender. Sí. Ok, introdúcela, por favor.
Pero es que yo no sé cómo introducirlo.
Okay. Well, this is the next song, and it's called Aged Eyes. It's a very beautiful composition It's a jazzy kind of version. So we want to play something cool to finish.
We'll try. It's been 17 days, and I've missed you from far away. Heaven knows what's in front of you. Feel like I could hardly breathe, but life goes on. I've had to leave. Without you here, all I have are memories. What if you believe everything? Would they tell you I was different? Anything? The story that we write through those aged eyes, will you come to recognize? If you could believe anything, would they tell you I was different? Everything, the story that we write through those aged eyes, will you come to recognize? If I don't speak another word, how much of my truth will be unheard? Everything is a point of view, closer closing in on me. But life goes on eventually. I'm standing here, living in my memories. What if you believe everything? Would they tell you I was different? Anything? The story that we write through those aged eyes, will you plan to recognize? If I could believe anything, would you just to play it different? Anything? The story that we write through those aged eyes, will you plan to recognize?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Guys, those of you who have a human energy badge, please gather around the human energy booth for a photo. And that's it. Thank you very much for joining us. 3 days of conference. Thank you, and safe journey back. Thank you.